I haven't started yet. I'm just refreshing my slides. Oh, Cassidy. It didn't do what it was saying. Just ignore this. This isn't really happening. We're just going to do all of this again. Give me a second. All right. We're ready. Welcome to the 2026 GNOME Foundation Annual General Meeting. My name's Alan Day. I'm the current president of the GNOME Foundation. Thank you all for coming. It's great to see everyone here. This is a really important event for us each year when we get together with our members and the rest of the community to talk about what we've been doing over the past year. It's an opportunity for you to be informed about what's happening with the foundation and to ask questions and for us to think about the future as a community. We're going to be doing this meeting a little bit differently from how it's been in recent years, although some of you who've been around longer might recognize that we're maybe taking some hints from the past as to how this meeting used to be done quite a long time ago. So we're going to have a few different sections. In the first half of the meeting, we're going to be running through some of our programs. So that's non-profit speak for the work that gets done that kind of impacts people in positive ways. So that's the kind of outward-facing kind of deliverables that we've been doing. And for that part of the meeting, we want to kind of bring in different people who have been contributing to the foundation, because the foundation isn't just the executive committee or the president or the board. There's lots of people doing work as part of the foundation, and we want to give those people an opportunity to present their work and to recognize their contributions. So that part is an opportunity to celebrate our achievements and to recognize the work that everyone's been doing. And as part of that section of the presentation, we're also going to give thanks to some of our supporters, the people who allow the foundation to exist and to do the work that it does. And we're also going to give the annual Pants Award, which people who've been around in GNOME will be familiar with this, but every year we select one. We're actually doing two people this year for their contributions to the project, and that's a way of celebrating special contributors who've made a particularly significant contribution to the project. So we'll be doing that just before the coffee break. And then when we come back, we'll go into the kind of serious part of the meeting. I've called this the business report. The GNOME Foundation is a business, and it has all the characteristics of a business, and one of the purposes of this meeting is to give you all a report on the state of the business and how it's performing. So we'll do the more kind of serious part after the break, and we can also ask questions, and the board will be here to answer them then. If you do want to ask a question, the form is still open. We did previously say we'd be closing it, but we've decided to keep it open for a bit longer. So if you have any questions during the presentations, this is the link. We're doing the form this year so that people online can also ask questions. So if anyone is watching remotely, you can use this link as well. And we'll be going through the answers in real time at the end of the session. Before we launch into the main content of this presentation, I want to talk a little bit about why we're here. I think it's useful for us to understand the nature of this meeting and why it exists. The GNOME Foundation is a corporation. It's a non-profit, members-based corporation registered in the state of California. And a lot of the ways that the foundation operates is due to that status, right? The fact that we have a board and we have a president and sometimes we have executive directors, and the reason we do annual reports and all of these things, this isn't just because we choose to do them, it's because we're legally required to have those things in order to exist. It's part of our legal structure. And that is the same for this annual general meeting. We are required by California law to provide our members, because we're a members-based organization, to meet with our members once a year and to keep you informed about what is happening with the business. So that is why we're here today. And I'd just like to ask, before we go any further, who here is a GNOME Foundation member? Can you just raise your hands? Great. And can someone from the board just count the hands? Because we are supposed to keep a record of the number of members that were in the meeting. Okay, great. Well, I mean, welcome to you in particular. I mean, this is your meeting. Everyone is also welcome to participate, but this is the meeting for our members. And the way I tend to think about this is that it's very similar to a shareholders meeting, right? Like a publicly traded corporation has shareholders, and as a part of that, they're required to have an annual general meeting of shareholders, which is where people who have invested in the organization go to hear about how their investment is being managed, essentially. They want to hear they want to know that their investment is being effectively managed. And one of the ways they find out about that is through the members' meeting. You are our shareholders. The reason that you are a member of the GNOME Foundation is that you have made an investment. It's not an investment in terms of money, it's an investment of time and energy. And the fact that you are members reflects that you have put something into this organization. And the reason that the GNOME Foundation exists is to manage that investment that you have all made. At a very basic level, the GNOME Foundation manages the assets that have been generated by the membership. We manage the brand, we manage the relationships, we manage the money that comes into the project as a result of the work that you have all done. So particularly when we get onto the business report of this presentation, I would encourage you to think of yourselves kind of as shareholders, right? And think about the kind of return that you're getting on your investment and whether you think that your investment is being effectively managed, both in terms of the revenue that we're generating and the way we're spending it. And that is really what this meeting is about, and is why we're required to have it, to keep you informed. So, ask us questions, challenge us about the business. That is why we're here. But I would also say, within that, remember that those of us on the board are also members, and we're also volunteers like you, and we're doing the best that we can. So I would invite you to be kind of critical friends, right? Like ask the searching questions, but do it in a way that is supportive and recognizes the fact that we're here as volunteers often as well, and often working within our own limitations. All right, so that was my little soapbox. I will get off now, and I'm going to hand over. These are the programs that we're going to be reviewing today, and we're going to have different speakers come up and describe what has happened over the past 12 months in each of these areas. These are all areas where we are active and doing important work. In some cases, we don't have speakers here to represent these areas, so we're going to have some kind of proxy presenters, but hopefully it'll be interesting to you and will be an opportunity to celebrate the work that's been done over the past 12 months. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Maria.
Hello, everyone. I'm here representing the travel committee, who members are Asmit, Anissa, Julian, myself, and Nirvek. Unfortunately, Nirvek has not been able to join us, so, but thank you everyone in the team that with all the work that we have been doing the past few months towards our conferences. This year, we have, in the fiscal year, so that means from October to now, we have sponsored 11 people for GNOME Asia, 2 for LAS, and for GUADEC 17. So that makes a total of 30 people. These are the approved sponsorships. Unfortunately, not everyone were able to make it. For various reasons, but I think that the most common are the visas. I would like to mention that please, when you require a visa, make your request as soon as possible and keep in mind the time that you will require. With this in mind, we have spent about the 58% of the budget from this year. So we have quite a few of the budget, quite a big chunk of the budget left. We will like to encourage all of you to organize Hubfests. We reserve a part of our budget for this year for Hubfest. We have sent reminders. Please, this is a reminder that every time that you would like to organize a Hubfest that is regarding GNOME, or you are representing GNOME in a Hubfest not in our community, you can request a sponsorship to travel. But also I would like to point out that if you go to a conference not related to GNOME, representing GNOME, you can also request budget. So yeah, more Hubfest, please. And also for last, a reminder, we only had 2 requests. We also reserved a part of our budget for that, but we only had 2 requests. That's also GNOME Community Conference. We share with KD, but you can also request to attend that one. And I pass the microphone to Christy.
Hello, everyone. So for the conferences, last year we had GUADEC. I see many faces that were both in Italy and also here. It was organized in Brescia. It was one of the highest number of attendees that we've ever had. It was like approximately 150 something attendees, which is like a very good number. And beside that, we had like a very big variety of many speakers that were also local, but also coming from outside of Italy. I would say, and I'm happy to share that it was one of also the most successful GUADECs regarding the sponsorships that we've collected. So I would say overall it was a very nice event. And by the end of last year, which is like December something, we organized GNOME Asia in Tokyo, Japan. It was one of the very first GNOME Asias that we've co-organized with LibreOffice. We had around approximately 80 people joining. 70% or like 80% of all the attendees were actually locals. And the other part were people traveling from outside of Japan, coming in our conference. It was like a 2-day event. I would say it was a very nice experience, something that we don't usually have in our conferences. Going in that other part of the world, you definitely see another way of doing things and another way of how things are run, which is very refreshing to all the people to see how many see things in very different views. And by the mid of May, we had the Linux Hub Summit 2026. It was organized in Berlin, Germany. Again, very, very good one. I would say we had approximately 100 people joining. Also regarding the sponsorships, we're getting back on track with that for this conference, so we're super happy to go back to that state currently. Just like a very quick update, which is not like super officially confirmed for 2027, Linux Hub Summit might happen again in Berlin. I will definitely update you all again. You'll see my name again. And for GNOME Asia, if you guys wanna plan travel and so on, there is a big chance that we'll organize it in Malaysia this year, in a city not very far from Kuala Lumpur. So this might help you to organize your travel if you really wanna join us. So yeah, this is like the summary, let's say, of the events for last year. If you have any questions or if you want to host any of the events that I've mentioned in your cities, especially GUADEC since we're in Europe, please ping me. We are looking for locations for GUADEC 2027. We have a great team that works, that's the international team that works with us, and you'll definitely have our support if you, like, for whatever you'll need. So please, I really encourage you to have us in your city. We are a very fun group, so we'll be super happy to come and join. And I want to really thank, by the way, since we're at the conferences, a big thanks to the local team here in the GUADEC, and a big thanks to all the organizers that are working for our events. Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Alan.
I am probably the worst person to give this presentation, so I apologize, particularly to Andrea and Bart, but I think it's going to be okay. Andrea has pre-recorded as a state of infra presentation, which will be streamed later and is going to do a much better job of presenting this content than I will, so I'm just going to kind of keep this very high level. Our infra is amazing. I don't think, I think it's so good and we often take it for granted, but I think the quality of our infra is just extraordinary, and it's one of the huge strengths of the GNOME project. I think there are many kind of commercial outfits with far bigger budgets than us that have far worse infrastructure, like in terms of the money that we put into it and now the scale of our resources, it's quite extraordinary, both in terms of the capabilities that we have, but also the quality and the performance and everything that we get out of that infrastructure and the uptime. It's really incredible. And thanks have to go to Bart and Andrea, who do all of this work for us. Bob, yeah. They're a small team. They're often under a lot of pressure. I think it really helps to say thanks. So, next time you're interacting with them, please show your appreciation. I know that it means a lot. They both go beyond a long way beyond what we could, reasonably expect of them. They go the extra mile for us time and time again. So I think we can be very grateful for everything they do. Technical details that I'm not qualified to talk about. There has been a lot of important, valuable work done over the past 12 months. Andrea goes into that in more detail in his presentation that's going to be streamed later. I think the kind of big story here is around performance, around security, and maturing the setup we have. We have a very strong setup after a lot of kind of work over the past few years to re-architect parts of our infrastructure, and it's really now a case of building on that previous work just to optimize the setup that we have. And there's been some important developments there that you can learn about later. Since we're talking about infrastructure, it's important to mention our key sponsors. These organizations allow our infrastructure to exist. They contribute a vast quantity of donated resources that we use. It's a very high figure that these firms provide to us. And I think it's important for us to recognize their contributions to the project, because we would not be able to have the infrastructure that we have without these partners. So I'd like to have a round of applause for AWS, Fastly, and CDN 77. And they're not the only ones. There are many other organizations that are supporting our infrastructure, whether it's with services, with physical machines, with data center access, and with time of employees. So I'd like to thank all of these organizations as well. All right, Cassidy, you're next. FlatHub.
Hello, I am Cassidy. I do not work directly on FlatHub, but unfortunately Bart couldn't be here to present in person. But first of all, how many in the room use FlatHub on a regular basis? If you want to raise your hand. Yeah, that's what I like to see. So that was, for the people online, if you can't see, it was basically everybody in the room. So yeah, FlatHub is an incredibly important part of our ecosystem, and it's something that we help run from the foundation. Over the last couple of years, we've been doing a lot of work on FlatHub thanks to a grant from the Endless Foundation, and this has been providing resources for sysadmin, part-time sysadmin for FlatHub, which is Bart, that I hope everybody knows. If you don't, say hi to Bart on Matrix. And also has helped, Rob McQueen has helped with a lot of the legal bootstrapping part of setting up FlatHub as an organization. Some technical highlights over the past is probably a year or so is, I'm not going to try to butcher a German word, I don't think, but there's a new CI service that has really improved the builds of FlatHub apps. The builds have actually been moved to AWS now with caching, so things are faster and more reliable. There's been a lot of modernization. The sort of overall theme is like a lot of modernization and fixing all the broken things, which, if you know, that's a very important part of running a service, especially one that is used by literally everybody in the room here and most GNOME users as well. There's been a lot of website improvements and download performance improvements. So if you are in a region where you used to have really slow downloads, hopefully that's fixed for you. And we've also started doing tracking the reproducibility of builds, which is really important for having reproducible builds, knowing things are actually being built the correct way. A little bit of a look at what's coming hopefully soon in the future. There's work on single sign-on for the website, allowing you to log in using a FlatHub account to other apps or services. I think this is for things like logging into an app store with your FlatHub account. There's planning for a migration of the Git forge off of GitHub. There's work. There's plans for an app submission website. So instead of having to do it all through like JSON files on a GitHub UI and look at diffs and things, actually being able to do that on a website, which would be really nice for the developer experience. Partial OS tree to OCI registry migration. I don't actually know a whole lot about that, but you can ask Bart if you want to know more about that. And continuing to improve the reproducibility of builds for apps. And there's planning underway to establish FlatHub as a legal entity in Europe. As of right now, FlatHub has been operating under the GNOME Foundation. So this is something to look forward to in the future. And I think that's it for FlatHub.
kind of tag teaming this. I hope it's keeping you engaged. All right, Digital Wellbeing is another program that we've been operating at the GNOME Foundation for the past couple of years. Some of you might be familiar with this work already. Some of you may not. This work was, again, funded from a grant from Endless Foundation, which we received in 2023, sorry. It was a 2-year grant, which we wrapped up in December last year. We're really thrilled with how this program went overall. We delivered all the work that we promised on time, on budget, within the 2 years. We had a great team working on this with Philip, Ignacy, and Sam, and we delivered a lot of great work. Over the 2 years, there was digital well-being features that were introduced for users, which you can use to manage your own use of the system. We completely revamped the parental controls app in GNOME. We implemented screen time controls for parents. So, a parent or a carer can set like a bedtime and how much device time someone that they're caring for can use. And we implemented an initial backend for web filtering, which is like a system-level deny list for domains. And we're quite excited about the potential for that for the future. There's a lot of applications beyond parental controls, although it is a critical feature to have there to prevent children from going on certain websites. But it has other applications as well, whether it might be ad blocking at a system level or well-being features for other sets of users, like maybe you might want to deny list gambling websites or something of that nature. There's a lot of kind of interesting possibilities there. And we're hoping to be continuing this work in the future with more support. So this was a really great success story for us in terms of receiving and delivering a successful technical project. This is a beautiful interface, I promise. You just can't see it. This is the new parental controls app, which shows you your chart of screen usage and has controls for how much screen time is allowed. And this is what it looks like on the shell side, where a lot of this work also landed. So, the device will lock if when the screen limit is reached. And then you need to get a supervisor account to come in and unlock it for you, which parents like myself will be very familiar with this dynamic. All right, Cassidy's back up. Cassidy.
It really is a tag team here. It's me again. Apparently my last name is on this slide, but not the other one, so that's fun. I'm going to talk a little bit about the GNOME Fellowship. So we have launched GNOME Fellowships. It's a program to have the foundation directly support our community members. We held a 4-week application period. We received 28 applications during that time. And from that pool, we selected 2 part-time fellows to receive support. And congratulations to both Sophie and Peter. And fellowships have begun as of the beginning of this month. You can expect progress updates on planet.gnome.org. And the positions are both 12 and 18-month contracts for the fellowships. And, that was it. That's all the slides that I have for that. But yeah, make sure to say thank you to Sophie and Peter on Matrix and in person as well.
All right, I've included fiscal sponsorship in the list of programs here, which isn't something that we talk about very much when we do give these kind of presentations, which I think is a little bit of an omission. Our fiscal sponsorship program is a big part of the work that the foundation does. It's something that everyone should be aware of. It's something that we're involved in the background. We provide fiscal sponsorship for 3 separate projects currently. That's GIMP, Black Python Devs, and a small project called Open Sustain Tech, which is doing some interesting work around climate using open source. So we provide these projects with financial and legal support, and we have a strong relationship with them, and we work very closely with them. And they're a big part of what we do, and we're very happy to support their work. This is part of the kind of background stuff that's always going on at the foundation that people maybe aren't so aware of. And it's something that we've been working hard on in the background over the past 12 months. We've had some kind of significant developments there, particularly like the GIMP projects did their own developer grants recently, and they're gearing up for another round of those, kind of similar to our fellowship program, and we helped them with that, for example. Black Python devs are busy supporting a lot of events and doing diversity work in the Python community, and that's a very international effort, so we're kind of supporting people all over the world with that, with particularly events and travel sponsorship, and particularly payments going to Africa, which can be a challenge sometimes, but we do our best. We have people here who can tell you a bit about that. So yeah, that's an important part of what we do. All right, so that was programs. That was a brief overview of some of the highlights of the work that we've been doing over the past 12 months, particularly the work that impacts people and makes a difference out in the world. In this next section, I want to take the opportunity to thank those individuals and those organizations that allow us to do this work. We only get to do the work that we do thanks to the support that we receive from others. And so I think it's important for us to recognize that. The first thank you that I want to give is to our friends. We have a fantastic community of individual donors who subscribe to chip in just a small amount each a month through our donations program. These are our friends of GNOME. And we've seen the number of friends increase significantly over the past year, and I'll talk about that a little bit more when we come to the finances. But these people are making a very significant difference to the GNOME Foundation, particularly with the fellowship. That was a new significant program that we started this year, which would not have been possible without the people who have signed up and who are giving a small amount each month. So this is hugely important, and I think we can be very grateful that there's so many people out there in the world who are supporting the work that we do, even if it's just in a small way individually. Those donations really add up, and we'll be going into that later. The second major thank you I need to give is to our advisory board. So I'd like to have a round of applause for them. The advisory board is like our rock. They've been with us for a long time, and they are our supporters and our partners. And we really rely on our advisory board, both financially and for the support that they provide us in terms of the discussions that we have with them and the other kinds of support that they provide. We have both paying and non-paying advisory board members. So Canonical, Google, Red Hat, and SUSE are supporting us financially through their fees. But we also have non-profit donors and members and organizations that provide financial support in other ways. That includes Debian, Postmarket OS, Document Foundation, and Endless. This group is really important to us. We meet with them twice a year. We try and have conversations more frequently than that as well. They're a really important part of the support that we receive. So thank you to the advisory board. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Endless Foundation. Endless Foundation has been the source of regular grants to the GNOME Foundation over the years. We've heard about some of the grant funding that we've received to deliver specific programs, particularly digital well-being and FlatHub. And they've also been supporting many of our outreachy interns as well. But they have also been the source of regular general financial contributions to the GNOME Foundation over the years to quite a significant degree, and they're one of our biggest financial backers and have been for a number of years, and have really come through for us. They're big supporters, and I'm deeply appreciative of their support. You know, they support GNOME. They love what we do. They love the Linux desktop. They want to see that succeed. They're enthusiasts like us, and there might not be people that the people in this room are familiar with, but they are big supporters for us, and we wouldn't be able to be doing the work that we do without them. So I'd like a round of applause for Endless Foundation. Thank you very much. Right, it's time for the pants.
I think that most of us are familiar with the Pants of Dance. Is our annual hour, which started really long time ago, and some of you might remember still what the origin was, when it was someone sending someone a pants as thanks for the work. This year we have modified a little bit because we wanted to diversify this hour. So we have decided to do the pants of thanks to those long-time contributors, but also we wanted to include the short of thanks, which was originally an idea from Felipe, and that is going to be for the newcomers. And I hope that this one sticks through the years, because I think we miss the point of appreciate our newcomers who try to get into a very tight-knit community. And there is some of them that do an excellent work. So let's start with a short of thanks. Is active in GNOME OS and related modules. Has become a kernel hacker since starting contributed to GNOME. Helps to ensure that others' work is included in Tweak. Any guesses? No? No? Congratulations to Ada Magicat for the short of thanks. We will try to make her, get to her some shorts on some kind of appreciation gift. We need to still figure out because it's not present, unfortunately. So now the parts of thanks. A dedicated reviewer and mentor. I think this is very telling. Was sorely missed during a recent absence due to world events. Has been described as the jewel of the GNOME extensions community. Congratulations to Javad, just practice. Again, unfortunately, he is not here, so we will try to figure out something, some gift to make try to them. Sorry, which I hope everyone will participate. I think I will not have any problems with this kind of participation either for the short funds, sorry, but funds. And that's it. We go to the coffee break, right?
All right, welcome back. We're on to part 2, 3, I've forgotten the number, but we're definitely on to the next part. And it's the business reports, which is the serious part of the meeting where we talk about serious things. It's part 3. So more seriously, I'm going to give a report as president where I'm going to cover the general state of the organization, what we've been doing around our core functions, our accounting, and all that kind of thing. We're going to have a finance report, so we'll give you an update on where the foundation is at financially. And then Maria, as chair, is going to give a governance report just to kind of let everyone know what's happening with the board and the membership and that kind of thing. Also, a reminder, we still have the questions open, I think, and the link is... We've only got 5, so if you think of anything during this presentation, use the form. The link is in the matrix chats, and we'll be answering questions at the end. All right, okay. This is the part where I can ad-lib and try and give a bit of an overview of where I think we're at as an organization. I don't think it's any secret that the foundation has had some difficult times over the recent years. We've had a lot of instability around our leadership, and we've had some significant operational challenges and financial challenges. I think over the past year we've made some incredible progress, actually, and have come back pretty strong after all of that. I became president in August when I took over from Rob, and the same just after Stephen, our previous executive director, left the organization. And since then, I think we've had a lot of successes. We've done a lot of work around our finances, and I'll get onto that. We've had a lot of positive movement there. We successfully got through our first audit. We successfully delivered programs like digital well-being. We rolled out the new fellowship program. And we've rebooted many of our committees and community-led efforts, particularly the travel committee, which had really kind of declined over the years, and we did a very successful reboot of that. So I think we as an organization have got a lot to be proud of, and we're in a pretty strong position now compared to where we were roughly a year ago. There are still significant challenges ahead of us, particularly around the finances and ensuring that we can be sustainable in the long term. And I'll go into that in more detail when we get to the finance part of the report. And we've got serious challenges around our internal management capacity and our leadership. We've had a small number of people from the board who've stepped up to really help us through this time, but it's hard and we don't have enough capacity, and I don't think that's sustainable. So we need to figure that out, and I don't think we have all the answers to that yet, and that's something that the board is going to need to be working on. But we do have some positive movement in that direction. We're currently hiring for a finance and operations director. And that is actively ongoing. We interviewed for that post last week. And the idea behind that post, which is it's a part-time contract, but the idea for that is to have someone in the organization who can take ownership of the business functions and make sure that that all runs very smoothly. And we're bringing in someone who has a lot of expertise at doing that to make sure that that part of the work is taken off the board's shoulders and is resilient and reliable. So that's going to be important for us, but there's still some unanswered questions as to some of the other management functions and how we're going to fill that in. And I would say that some of the difficulties we've had in our community over the past few years, I would say, have not been helping with that, and people are getting burnt out, myself included. So there are definitely some challenges there. All right, so that's my brief rambling summary. I hope that made sense. I'll go into some more detail and hopefully the picture will become a bit clearer. And I'm going to start by talking about internal development, which is the thing I've been most involved in over the past 12 months and have been kind of geeking out on a bit. So apologies if I go into this in more detail than people maybe would like. But I think it's important, and I'm quite proud of what we've achieved over the past year. So we had at the beginning of the year, we had a number of goals that we were setting for ourselves. We wanted to increase the efficiency of the organization. We wanted to be spending less time on routine manual work and more time delivering programs and doing good out in the community. We also wanted more financial efficiency, just improving the financial state of the organization. And we had a big push around compliance, particularly in the run-up to our first audit, which I'll talk about. And we have been pushing for some time around transparency and planning capacity, particularly around our budgeting. It's really important for us as an organization to know how we're spending our money, and having the ability to set priorities and strategic goals and deliver on them. And that requires some tooling and some process that hasn't always been there historically. So we needed to build that up in order to be able to deliver meaningful change. And so all the internal work that we've been doing over the past year has been in an effort to deliver on these things, to allow us to deliver more efficiently. So internally, all our systems are new now. We've replaced most things over the past 12 months. We've got a new digital phone service. We've got a new virtual mailbox. So if people send us mail, it goes to a kind of a modern service now. Don't send us mail. We don't actually like to receive very much mail. We receive far too much mail. We often receive very strange things in the mail, like the West Virginia Agriculture Department are very interested in the GNOME Foundation. I'm not sure why. We have, for the generic email, contact points for the foundation, like the accounting email and the info email. Those were just forwarding addresses. Now they're kind of shared mailboxes that can be managed by the team. And we're actually this week setting up a help desk tool for that so that we can manage those more effectively and try and make sure that inquiries get responded to. We've done just a lot of work around making sure that emails are going to the right place and documenting everything. And, I think that all that work is paying off now. It's just much more efficient, and we're building the capacity to share some of those functions across a wider team rather than having one person having to do everything. So that is good. The bigger part of the work that we've been doing has been around the finances, and this was particularly in the run-up to our audits, which the field work happened for in March. And we've been working with an external contractor called consultant, I should say, Dawn Matlack, who I've been working with very closely over the past year and who has been excellent. And we've redone a lot of the way the foundation's financial platforms and processes are working. So we've consolidated a lot of those. We had quite a lot of platforms in the past, and we've managed to boil that down. We set up a new platform that was able to replace a lot of the others that we had. And that brought in a lot of automation as well. So we're just doing less work. There are a lot of tasks that had to be done manually previously, like entering data, moving PDFs around, all of that kind of stuff. And that all just works now. It's just, we don't have to do any of that. And that means that we can spend less money on those functions and use those funds elsewhere. We have forms for a lot of things now, like forms.gnome.org is a thing. It's available to foundation members as well, but we're using this for a lot of our requests and so on. So if you want to request a reimbursement or an invoice or something like that, there's a form for that, and it all just works. The other thing that we've done over the past year is we've done a lot of work around our investments. So the GNOME Foundation has money in the bank, and we want to make sure that we're getting a good return on those funds. And we've done quite a bit of work on that over the past 12 months. We've set up a couple of new bank accounts. We've retired an old bank account. We've been moving funds around. And we're actively managing that a lot more effectively than we have in the past. So we're increasing the rate of return that we're getting just on the funds that we have in our bank, which is, contributing to the financial health of the organization. So that's good. We've moved to a monthly reporting cycle. We used to have a quarterly reporting cycle. And the result of that was that, say it takes a month to generate the report and it's generated on a quarterly basis, that could mean that the board is getting financial reports that are 4 or 5 months after the event. So we didn't have very up-to-date financials for the finance committee, the treasurer, the board. We've now switched to a monthly reporting cycle, which is a lot faster. So at each monthly board meeting, the board gets a finance report on the previous month's performance. So we're much closer to real-time monitoring of what's happening and able to make adjustments, which is obviously just a lot better for the financial health of the organization and managing the budget and so on. So that's been absolutely huge and has actually reduced the workload as well, because if you do things on a quarterly basis, they back up and you're trying to fill in gaps in your data from 3 months ago and you can't really remember what was going on back then. So it's just better. And then we've also improved the budgeting. And this was something that Deepa, our treasurer, worked on a lot for the last budget, which was the best budgeting cycle we've ever had. And we've continued with that for the current budgeting cycle we're in, where we started many months out, and we've been able to have a much more effective planning process around the finances in the run-up to the next financial year. So that's been very positive as well. As I mentioned, we had our first audit this calendar year, that happened. The audit was concerned with our previous financial year, so that's the year from October 2024 to September 2025. And the reason that we had that audit was because in that financial year, we received more than $2 million in revenue. Don't get too excited, it's not GNOME's money. It's money that actually belongs to one of our fiscally sponsored projects, which received a very large donation, which we handled for them. And that was good for us because we were able to, we charge for that service and we get some income from that. But the cost was that we had to go through the audit. So we had our first formal audit this year. It was a very intensive process. We have a very dedicated finance and accounting team in the background that most people here won't be aware of. They really pulled out all the stops for us. They were meeting with the auditors 3 times a day for a week, and the auditors were asking for hundreds of documents from us in a very short space of time, and all of that went very smoothly. Like, we were complimented on our responsiveness and the way that we conducted ourselves during that process. And the results was that the auditors reported back that there were no serious issues that they found. The main thing that they were looking at is the state of the accounts, right? They want to see that we're tracking the money correctly and that everything adds up and we're following the correct procedures for that. And they were happy with everything. They just proposed one adjustment, which we made, and that went well. So that's really good for us. I think it was actually a great opportunity. Like, people are often very scared about audits and they quite sound like very risky, but often the auditors are there to advise and to help organizations improve. And it was a very useful exercise. We were able to ask questions, get advice, and we did a lot of positive work in the preparation for that audit, which I think has kind of positive benefits outside of that exercise. I do want to thank Dawn here. People here don't know Dawn, but I work very closely with Dawn. Dawn has really helped to drive many of the internal improvements that we've made at the GNOME Foundation over the past 12 months. She's still working with us. She's super helpful. She really likes working with us. We really like working with her. So we're very lucky to have Dawn on the team. It's like, it's another example of someone that the community doesn't know so well, but who is an important part of the organization. We've done a lot of policy work over the past 12 months. All of these policies are either new or were completely rewritten, and they were approved recently by the board. We have this giant policy manual now, which sets out how all the financial and accounting processes and procedures inside the organization are required to work. This is a standard thing that organizations of our type are expected to have, and it's something that we're doing for the audit. I think in total there's about 10,000 words of policy that we wrote over the past 12 months. And, some of this stuff is potentially not all that consequential and is more kind of compliance related, but some of it is very significant and good to have in terms of just understanding how the processes are supposed to work and having everyone on the same page. We have a very clear internal controls policy now, which says exactly who authorizes what and to what amounts, and that's all being kind of followed in the systems. Same with things like treasurer spot checks. So this is a new practice for us. So Deepa, our treasurer, every quarter is doing random spot checks on our transactions just to make sure that everything is correct and the documentation is there and that kind of thing. I wanted to kind of recognize the people who have been involved in this work, and it's kind of a slightly, I suppose, odd mix of people who don't maybe interact all that much, but who are all in the background making sure the core functions of the organization have been working. Bart and Andrea are pretty active in that space. We have a lot of our own infrastructure. And all our processes and systems are heavily dependent on the work they do. So they're supporting us internally as well as supporting the wider community. Dawn is on here, as I previously mentioned. And then also the other members of the executive committee. We meet weekly to have a weekly kind of management call. And that's a very important part of how we function as an organization. I'd particularly like to thank a few people on this list. The first of those is Maria. Maria has been only on the board for a year, which is kind of unbelievable given the amounts of work that she does for us. Maria is not only chairing the board, but she's also, in large part, running the travel committee and the engagement team simultaneously. So please help Maria, but also please don't ask her to do any more, because I think she should not do anything else. The other person I'd like to thank is Rob McQueen. When I took over as president last August, I took over from Rob, and he's been the biggest single source of support that I've received during that time. When we had calls with new advisory board representatives, Rob would be there joining me on the call. When we had calls to pitch for a new grant, Rob was there on the call with me. Rob was the person who checked in regularly just to see how I was doing and see what needed to be done. And he's been one of the key people who's been involved in helping me through some difficult decisions and difficult things we've had to implement at the foundation. And I don't think I could have done it without him. So I think it's important to recognize the work that Rob's done over the past year, I'm personally deeply appreciative of everything he's done. All right, that's what's been happening in terms of the internal day-to-day work of the foundation. I'll talk about finances next, which I think is the bit that a lot of people are really interested in, because you maybe don't always know what's going on here. And it is obviously very significant for us because so much of what we do is dictated by the financial situation at the foundation. And certainly that's what I'm thinking about all the time as we're trying to plan ahead, just what's happening with the numbers. Ordinarily, this part of the presentation will be given by the treasurer, and we have a fantastic treasurer in the shape of Deepa. Deepa unfortunately can't be here due to work commitments, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to do this. Sorry for that. But Deepa's been really excellent. I think she's the best treasurer we've ever had. She does a lot of work on the background. We have an active finance committee, which are receiving our monthly financials and reviewing them and arguing about finance policy and doing all those things, which is it's important work, and I'm very grateful for that. So before we jump into the numbers, just a couple of bits of background information to understand what's going on here. I already mentioned this, but our financial years run from October to September, and we refer to them by the calendar year in which the financial year ended. So we started FY26 in 2025. FY25 was October 24 to September 25. This is a terrible time of year for us to give a finance report. And we've always really struggled with this at GUADEC because we're kind of towards the end of our financial year now. And the easiest thing for us to do would be to give you a finance report on the last complete financial year, but that's like 9 months ago, and people aren't really interested in that. It's kind of old history. So what we've done for this report is we've projected forward. So we're going to show projected numbers for where we think we're going to be at the end of September for the current financial year. So you're getting a complete financial year, except we haven't quite done it yet. That means that there is some room for error in all of this. But at this point in the financial year, we are reasonably confident about where we're going to end up. Some of the big items are fairly locked in at this point, so we can be reasonably confident, but just, don't be surprised if the numbers do change a little bit between this report and what happens with the final actuals. The other bit of kind of briefing information I want to share with you is this distinction between restricted and unrestricted funds. This is very common for non-profits to deal with this, and this is something that we deal with all the time at the GNOME Foundation. Unrestricted funds are the funds that we can spend freely. We can decide what to use those on. It's money with no strings attached. And that's generally what we're often interested in, because that's the money that we can direct to different programs. It's often the money that we use on some of our core functions, like our finance, our accounting, our sysadmin, all that kind of stuff. So that is very interesting and critical for us. But we do also need to be aware of the restricted funds that the GNOME Foundation handles. These are funds that we're not able to spend freely, and there can be different types of those. The first and most obvious one is program-specific grant funding. So when we receive a grant to work on digital well-being, we have to use that money for digital well-being. We can't spend it on something else. We also deal with grants that have time restrictions. So sometimes you'll get a grant that spans multiple years, and you can only use some of the money in 1 year and some of the money in another year. And the other kind of restricted funds that we often handle are those that we hold for other projects, for the fiscally sponsored projects. In the presentation that follows, I'm primarily going to be dealing with unrestricted funds, but I want to just recognize that a lot of the work that we are doing comes under the restricted category as well. So we handle a lot of grant funding, we handle a lot of funding for other organizations, And those lead to programs that we're able to deliver. And it also leads to income that we're able to generate. So for example, when we receive income for our fiscally sponsored projects, we get some unrestricted funding from that. So there's a relationship there. And to understand the totality of what we're doing, you need to be aware of both. All right. Anyway, enough preamble. I hope you can see this all right. This, I suppose, is the big picture of the past 3 financial years, including the current one, which will end in September. And there's a story here, right? So we'll start with FY24. So this was the year that began in October 23 and ran to September 2024. And you'll see that we ran a significant deficit in that year. And that was largely off the back of fundraising plans that we had in place that year that didn't work out. And we had a lot of difficulties that year, generally at the foundation, and that's reflected on the balance sheet. That didn't work out well for us. And when we got to the end of that financial year, Richard Littauer was our interim executive director, and he recognized the situation, and had to reduce headcounts of the foundation, and this number is why. The next year, which is the year we most recently completed, which ended in September 2025, you'll see it was a much more positive year. We kind of turned things around pretty effectively and quite quickly after that year, which I think is a very positive kind of story for us that we were able to turn things around so fast. And we generated quite a healthy surplus that year. That allowed us to replenish our reserves and get back to a healthier financial position. The issue there, I suppose, if there was an issue, was that a lot of that surplus was generated off the back of a couple of one-time financial events. There's that large donation we received, which led to quite a significant source of revenue in that year. We also received an unrestricted grant from Endless to help us through that tricky spot. So again, like Endless Foundation came through for us when we really needed them. They are very valuable supporters for us. So it was a good year for us, but because those weren't regularized sources of revenue, we couldn't expect to receive them again in the next financial year. So we weren't looking at, when we went into the current financial year, we weren't able to bank on those things. So we again had to kind of change our shape a little bit. And that was one of the reasons why we had to reduce headcount again coming into this financial year. And as we look at this financial year, we'll see that again we're having a pretty good year. Like as we've gone through, we have exceeded our projections. Like in terms of fundraising has gone better than we had originally projected, and we've actually managed to save some money in some areas as well, which has led to us, while we passed a budget that was largely balanced, the actuals are looking a lot better. We've outperformed our projection. And the positive thing here is that all of that revenue is based on recurring sources. So this is a sustainable shape, right? In terms of that $510,000 revenue is something that we can, we can't be completely confident about getting that next financial year, but we can be reasonably confident that we'll get something like that. The main issue here is that we've been very low on paid roles this year. I've been doing a lot of work on the foundation despite not being paid by the foundation. And so the question for us going forward is how to support the management functions of the organization within the finances that we have. And I think we're all feeling like the squeeze of this year now in terms of the responsibilities that the community has taken on to get us to this point. So looking at the revenue for this current financial year, there's a lot of positives here. The individual donations are up considerably compared to previous financial years and are up from what we originally projected for the budget for this year. They're now our biggest source of income by a large proportion, and a lot of that is due to the work that Stephen did with donate.gnome.org last year, which really helped us very significantly and has contributed a lot to the financial health of the organization. That's been very positive for us. Our advisory board fees are still a very significant part of our income, particularly because they're regular and they're something that we historically have counted on. That is essential. You'll see that we're generating a lot of money in interest. This is a significant part of our income now, and in part this was due to the work that we did this year to improve our investment plan. So that is positive. But it's also a mixed bag because, you know, we're raising money from this, but everything is also costing more. And it's not something that we can easily bank on for next year because who knows what's going to happen with interest rates. Conference sponsorships, that's primarily GUADEC. That's our main source of sponsorships. That's down this year. We had a really good year last year. It was not so good this year. The sponsors that we do have are fantastic. We need to keep those. But I think that just the corporate contributions, there's definitely headwinds there. It's a difficult environment for us to raise funds from corporate sponsors at the moment. Speaking of corporate contributions, this last line, we call these corporate contributions, but it's not a good name for them really. This is things like employee matching schemes and smaller corporate giving funds. Like there are a lot of firms that have a kind of charitable wing that give smaller donations out on a regular basis, and we're registered with a lot of the platforms that they donate through, and all of those kind of add up quite considerably and a non-trivial part of our funding. So just to get an idea of what our individual donations look like, this is the chart that I've been working on over the past year. Well, not specifically this chart, but the data. So these are all the contributions that come in from individual donors. So it's donate.gnome.org, but it's also our legacy platforms where we have subscribers. People still have subscriptions in PayPal. People still have subscriptions in Commit Change. But this brings all that data together. And this tells a story, right? So this is June last year to May this year. And we had a kind of, Stephen had a soft launch of the Donate site, but you can see that once word got out about that, things picked up. And then things really accelerated up until Christmas and New Year and the traditional giving season. And we saw this big uptick, like the big line is Christmas, that's December, and then things drop off. But the significant thing here is that we picked up regular subscribers along the way, right? We picked up people who are donating a smaller amount each month, and that's going to carry us through. So that's very positive for us, but we need to do more work here. The subscriber count is pretty flat right now. If anything, it's starting to tail off. It's starting to decline very slowly. And this is where we need to focus to get more funds into the foundation. We've increased our individual donations to, in excess of $200,000 a year through not doing a huge amount in many respects. I think there's massive growth potential here. I think we should be aiming to double our individual donations over the next year. I think that's entirely possible. Other projects do this. It's a proven method. This isn't rocket science. Like, if they can do it, we can do it. We ought to be doing it. And if we double this, then we're good. That will sustain the fellowship for future years. We'll be able to make the fellowship a permanent program. It will allow us to hire in some more help to help us run the foundation, and it will allow us to run extra programs to benefit the project. So this has to be our goal for the next year. This is really the key to everything. This is the only way that we achieve financial sustainability. It's the only way we reach sustainability for the organization. This is an overview of our current expenditure for the current year. And I put a warning flag on this because I don't like this at all. And it's very misleading. And I don't like putting it in front of people. But I felt that I needed to give some kind of report on how we're spending money. And this is the best I could come up with in the circumstances. So I'll run through this. But there's going to be a lot of me pointing out issues with the data and how you shouldn't believe everything you see here. So these are the main things that we've been spending on over the past year. You'll see the top line is finance and accounting. Super misleading. This includes a lot of things. It includes the fee that we had to pay to the accounting firm to run our audit, for example. It also includes program-specific work. So when we set up the fellowship, we had to do a whole bunch of finance and accounting work to come up with fellowship agreements, come up with a kind of how we're going to manage the payments, all that kind of stuff. So there's and really those are fellowship costs, right? Those are program-specific costs. It's just that I wasn't able to split that money out. So it's all kind of come into this big lump of stuff, which impacts various different programs and things that we're doing across the organization. The other thing to note about this line and about all the lines is that it's not factoring in revenue-generating activity. So some of these items bring in money for the foundation, and that's not reflected here. So our finance and accounting operation brings in revenue in terms of fiscal sponsorship fees, in the way of interest, in that kind of sort of thing, which to me offsets that number. So hopefully in future iterations of this presentation we'll have a more accurate reflection of the cost of the organization. But you know, in real terms that is what we spent, it's just that it's a bit more complicated than that. Next line is conferences. $82,000. That includes everything for the conferences. It includes venues, catering, travel for organizers, contractor time. That's the total cost of running 3 conferences a year. Employment cost is mostly wind-up costs. We don't have any employees anymore, but that was a relatively recent event, and we had a lot of kind of commitments still as an employer that we needed to finish up. And that's something that we've been working on quite a lot in the background over the past year, just to wrap all those things up, and that's involved some costs for us. So, but that is pretty much done now. So that 44,000 figure won't appear on next year's report. Operating expenses, that's primarily things like banking fees and payment processing fees. So that number being high is good because it's proportionate to the amount of donations that we're bringing in. We actually want that number to rise because it shows that we're receiving more donations. Sysadmin costs is pretty obvious. And then member travel, that's the budget that the travel committee has been managing. That committee had a budget of $40,000 this year. We were quite generous with that. We wanted to encourage community travel. And as Maria presented, the uptake was actually a lot lower than that, so we're significantly under budget. So we would encourage people to apply for those funds. They are available. This is how much money we have in the bank. I say this is how much money we have in the bank. It's not really the amount of money that we have in our bank because we also hold a lot of restricted funds as well. This is just the unrestricted part. So we divide our reserves into 2. We have a restricted reserve, which is this $225K. That's the emergency fund that we're not allowed to spend unless the board approves it. So that's like the emergency fund that the board controls. So the $315,000 is the kind of working capital that we have available to us as of May. This number has been increasing month on month because we are running a surplus, so it will be higher now than it was back in May. But the total amount of unrestricted funding that we have currently is a bit over $500,000. So I mentioned that we've been working on the budget for next year. and we're kind of busy planning that at the moment. We'll be approving that in September, so we've got a little way to go, but we've already got a bit of an outlook of what we're looking at for the next financial year, and this is the kind of thing that you'll be able to expect. So a lot of the efficiency improvements that we've been making are coming online now, and that's reflected in the budget for next year. So I think the shape of the budget is looking quite good. You know, we've kind of reconfigured things in a positive way towards programs and so on. The challenge that we have is that we've got some significant new costs coming in. Javier, I saw you yawn just then. Try and stay awake. We're nearly done. We have significant new costs coming in. The first of those is the fellowship, which is our biggest program by cost now, and the majority of the cost of that is going to land next financial year. The other new cost that we've got coming in is the finance director role, which is a new position that we're going to be funding. That's coming in. We've got some other increasing costs in other areas, which generally means that we're in a situation of financial pressure, I would describe. There's been wrangling on the finance committee about what's going to get funding and by how much. I would still say that we're in, relatively good shape compared to previous financial years. Things are heading in a good direction, but we're not out of the woods yet, and that's why I'm really reiterating the need to increase fundraising. Within all of those pressures, I don't want people here to think that the GNOME Foundation is broken or we don't have any money. We do have money. You just saw that on the last slide. And I would encourage people to come to us if they feel there are critical areas of the project where relatively small financial outlays can have a significant impact. If there's like a small tool that is broken, that is really kind of getting in the way of getting things done, and no one's fixing it, well, maybe that's something that we could pay someone to do on a one-time basis. Like, we have the funds to do that. Or if there's a community process that needs setting up that we really need to make things run smoother, and we could pay a contractor for a small period of time to get that work over the line, I think that's something that we could certainly consider. And I'd like to see us doing more of that. The funds are available. The funds are there to be used by the project to improve the project. It's difficult for us to commit to large, ongoing outlays. Like, as much as we would like to hire more maintainers, that's not something that we have the funds to do. But, relatively small, targeted work is definitely within our means, even despite the pressure. And, we welcome suggestions for that, and we'd love to hear people coming forward with those ideas. All right, nearly at the end now. So these are the main plans that we have over the next 12 months, I would say. Finance and Ops Director is going to be key for us, just to relieve pressure on the management team and to provide us with a degree of resilience, as well as kind of bringing in finance and accounting expertise to the organization, which is something that we've been enjoying a lot with Dawn's contributions. Fundraising has to be the priority. That's really where the focus needs to be over the next 12 months. And then we're looking to program growth and alignment, right? Like, all of this work that we've been doing internally is designed to better support the externally facing work that we're doing. So now that we've spent a year doing that, we want to focus on outward-looking programs and on growth and developing our strategic priorities and making sure that we're spending money as effectively as we can. And I think that's what I hope will be the focus over the next 12 months. All right. Now it's time for Maria, as chair of the board, to give a governance report. You've had finance, you've had kind of the president report, and we're now going to cover the governance arrangements, which is another important part of what the foundation does.
So, here I am again. Oops. Yeah, I missed it. I was very impulsive. So an update first about the elections. We have 230 members, and during these elections, we're up to 5-6 seats with 8 candidates, and only 144 ballots were cast. So that's a 63% of our community members, foundation members voting. Current directors: Adrian Falk, Julian Sparber, Sri Ramkrishna, Deepa Venkatraman, sorry for my pronunciation, Jonathan Blanford, Arun Rangahab, Lawrence Wilber, myself, and Cassidy James. So welcome to the new board. And our departing directors are Alan Day, Federico Mena, Kindero, Robin McQueen, which we thank for the last couple of years' work, which is, I'm sure it was not easy to go through it. So a big clap for them. Well, full disclosure, right now these are the past year officers, which is President Alan Day, our Vice Presidents Arun and Robert, Treasurer Deepa, and our Secretary Federico. We have not yet elected the new officer positions. That will happen in August. We are still onboarding the new board members, and so that will be decided after our first meeting in August. The QA, yeah, maybe.
Is this working? Yeah, okay. So it's time for the Q&A, which we traditionally have with the whole board. So we can have current directors, and I think Federico as an officer, you're welcome to come up, and I'll sit here in my capacity as president. We tried to do things a little bit differently this year. We've taken questions via a form, to allow different people to participate. And we've got those questions here that I think we're going to run through. Is there still time to submit questions as we talk, or are we done now? I can also ask searching questions for current directors if you want a challenge. Yeah. Cassidy, are you the quiz master?
Sorry, what?
Are you the quiz master?
Sure, I guess so.
Okay.
I guess I've been voluntold that I'm the quiz master for this.
Yeah.
Okay. We have had 6 questions asked by members in the last few hours, I guess a couple days. The first one is long-winded, so I'm going to summarize it a little bit. But basically it's asking, due to geopolitical trends, there's a lot of activity around digital sovereignty, often including replacing big tech big tech products with open source solutions. And yet, despite GNOME being a really good fit for this, it's often left out from these sort of grants and proposals. Are there plans to fix this? Does anybody want to start take this?
I can answer.
Oh,
I think the answer is yes. Yeah, I mean, I think we do have a lot of development work still to do around fundraising and making ourselves attracted to different sorts of funding. We've got a lot of work to do on our website and how we present our programs in a way that makes them relevant to funders. Certainly, we obviously do have people in the community that are already doing this for GNOME through EU funding, and that's something that we want to encourage and support. But I think it's also something that we can be doing ourselves as well, potentially. With EU funds, sometimes limitations on what we can do as an American organization, but there are things we can do as well. So I would put that under the large bucket of fundraising work that we need to do over the next year. Yeah. No. Does anyone else want to speak to that?
I think that's probably, yeah, I think that covers it. Yeah, I want to, I guess, emphasize that like we have seen success with individuals applying for things like specific grants to or programs to work on specific areas of GNOME, and that's something that's a way that we can get around some of that. Like the GNOME Foundation itself, as a U.S. organization, is not being funded directly, but it still is benefiting the project, which is helpful. Another question that was asked is, what are the plans for bringing paid apps to FlatHub? It's actually kind of two different questions. Do you believe there will be a need to set up more formal user and developer support channels since money will be going around now? And I guess I can start by saying, like, we talked a little bit about this briefly, but the sort of progress update there is that code-wise, payment support is basically ready and has been for a little while, but the next steps are the important but kind of boring, like, governance and legal ones that are currently underway that we talked about. But yeah, we're helping bootstrap it from the GNOME Foundation side, but also it's something that ultimately, like, that new governance of the FlatHub project will have to take on as they see fit. I don't know if anybody has other insights or thoughts.
I think just that, this is something we've wanted to do for a long time, and progress has been slower than we would like, but I think there has been an uptick in activity over the past month or two. So I'm kind of hopeful there, and it's something that the board actually discussed at its last meeting and made some positive steps towards. We're very excited about this. We think there's a huge amount of potential around FlatHub, and it's very mission aligned with what we want to be doing at the GNOME Foundation, so we just want to support that the best we can. It's just been a little bit challenging putting all the pieces together, but hopefully things are moving in the right direction now.
The next question that we got is, now that the foundation has new leadership, I think, new directors on the board, what changes can we expect to see to mend and rebuild the relationship between the foundation and the community? I do want to caveat this. Maria and I were talking earlier that, like, it's a little hard because we just mentioned that, like, new directors haven't been fully onboarded, haven't been appointed to roles and things, so it's not like we can definitively say, like, this is what's changing right now. But with that context, I think if we want to discuss.
Yeah, as mentioned before, the offices are not yet decided. And obviously, the new directors are trying to get themselves updated about all the things that we are discussing at the moment. They cannot make decisions yet, I guess. So plans, we cannot say anything. What we were discussing also is, we as a director, we as a foundation, we are also part of the community. We are elected by you. We are in the same rooms that you are. So please feel free anytime that you have a question, you have an idea, to ping us, DM. You can use anytime the issue tracker for the board to open any issue that you would like to propose. I have been through the year every time, like, encourage people to feel free to open issues there, of things that you would like to propose or that you would like to have the board discuss. We are part of the community too, so please treat us as more as a line towards the means, towards make things happen, instead of the opposite side. Because we are elected by you. We have been community for some time now. It's not like you guys don't know where we are. We perfectly do know. So yes, I think that is something that we would like to see.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just look around at what we've been doing for the past year. I mean, come on. Like, we've launched a fellowship program. We've been completely transparent about everything we've been doing. I was writing weekly blog posts. So everyone knew what was happening. We've just given the most detailed financial report that we ever have. We are working hard at this, and we have been for some time. So, you know, give us a little bit of credit for what we've been putting in. And, you know, I would completely agree with Maria. We're members of the community, and I think it's frustrating often to be put in the position of somehow serving the community and expectations being put in for things that people feel that we ought to be doing when we're working as hard as we can to do the best that we can at this. And a lot of the frustration that we receive and the distrust we feel from the community, personally speaking, is one of the things that makes this role the hardest. And as we've seen recently, and it takes a lot of toll on a lot of the people that are working into this. So I would, rather than asking what can the foundation do to rebuild community trust, I would flip it around and I would challenge the community to work with us and to trust us a little bit more.
I think Alan covered it pretty well. Yeah, next question that was asked, I'm also refreshing the forms in case anybody's asking any more questions live. Next question that was asked is it time to migrate from GitLab to, I don't know how to pronounce Esperanto words, but Forjejo or something, ForgeJo, I don't know. And I would say, first of all, no, it's not currently planned. Second of all, that's not the board's decision. And third of all, it would be really disruptive and a big change. But I guess with the FlatHub moving to it, like there maybe is some precedent with some of our infrastructure team having knowledge, but like not really the board's purview, I don't think there. Anything else to answer there? Okay. It was asked, so I wanted to answer it. Next question was, are there plans for another program similar to the Digital Wellbeing Grant? It's a good question.
I mentioned already that we're hoping to get some more funds for digital well-being, and I think there are potentially other sources of funding for similar work, and I know that there have been some applications for that already. I'd love to develop more technical programs that we can pitch to organizations for funds. I think digital well-being is a pretty good example of how we can do that, and we delivered on that very successfully. So if people do think that there are potential programs that we could set up to pitch to funders, I think that'd be fantastic. And that's something, I've got tickets open in the board tracker about exactly this. We just need the ideas and the time and resources to structure the whole thing, but I think that would be great. Anyone else?
Some of this is happening at the contributor level. Like we have had some of the people in the accessibility team or people who have worked on the accessibility components request that we make up a more focused list of things to work on related to accessibility so that they can see how much funding would be required for that. So that's ongoing. The next part is, well, doing some technical work on the new protocol, auditing applications, things like that. So that's ongoing. There's no like formal plan for doing an accessibility program, but things like that can start at any time by members who get ideas, basically.
Okay. And last, we have a question. I think this is the last one, unless anybody sent one in. refreshing. Huh? Oh, that was the last question. No, the one that you are going to. Yes. Sorry, yes. I was refreshing to see if there were any more, but we're out of time is what you're saying, or we will be that. Okay, great. We have one more question. How's it going with hiring an executive director is the question. I don't know.
I think I should speak to that.
Yeah.
I probably
Yeah.
should have put that in the slides now that I think about it, because it is the question that everyone always asks. You know, the board has discussed this a number of times in recent years. I think one of the challenges that we have around executive directors is just finding people who can do all the things that we need doing for the amount of money that we can offer. Like, we're a small organization. Really good executive directors are very expensive. And in the past, we've hired executive directors without necessarily having the funds to pay for them, and their first job has been to raise their own salary, which I don't think is a very, it's definitely a very high-pressure situation for a new ED to find themselves in. What we're doing right now is we're trying to kind of disaggregate the role a little bit, and I think we're interested in, rather than having one person with all the responsibility for leading every aspect of the organization, splitting those responsibilities between different people, perhaps who are able to bring a diversity of skill sets. And that allows us to then build the role a little bit more piecemeal and in line with our financial capabilities. So the finance and operations director role that we're currently recruiting for, that is a director-level position. That's a high-level leadership position. It's not a manager position, it's a director, or they will be a director. And that is essentially a big chunk of executive director responsibility that one person will be responsible for already. They're going to be responsible for running the business side of the organization. So we've kind of taken a big chunk out of the ED job specification with that role. And that is within budget, that is within means, we can do that. And then maybe further down the line, when we've increased our fundraising, hopefully, and we've got more capacity, maybe we can bring in 1, 2 other people to do other parts of the role. Maybe it's more of a community manager type position, maybe it's more of a kind of advocacy, public spokesman kind of position, or spokesperson, sorry. So it allows us to evolve in line with our means and in line with, you know, our evolving needs as we identify them, and I like that approach. So it's an unfolding story, and I think the board's going to be checking in on that and discussing that as we make progress. But we're moving in a positive direction, even if we don't have someone whose title is executive director. Those functions are being taken care of, and we have a kind of loose hiring plan in place for that, I would say. Any more questions?
Yeah, there was one more that was submitted moments ago. Sure, I will read the question. I have to find it. Where'd it go? More and more companies are using FLOSS, free and open source software, especially GNOME, as their primary desktop environment, as it's the default on many OSs. How can we have these companies that are using it contribute more in our finances? There are corporate donations in donate.gnome.org, but how can we communicate especially with corporations?
So yes, we have a section for corporate donors. We are working now about what we can deliver in exchange of those donations, in the sense of, obviously, they would like to have maybe their logo on our website. So we are working right now on that. I will encourage anyone here. Again, we as a community, and I mentioned it shortly in engagement this morning, on your blogs, it will be nice if you could put a line like, hey, you can donate. Also, if you know companies who will be interested to become as a corporate donor to donate to GNOME, either encourage them or let us know so we can contact them and maybe tell him, it's so nice, we are so nice, we are doing wonderful work here. Can you give us money to do more? Because that's what we want to do is, so yes, we are in the conversation of doing some plan with that section, working on it. Hopefully next year we can say we have 10 corporate donors, like wish list, let's put it.
That is the last one. So thank you, everybody, for sending in questions, and we can chat more. Like we've said a couple of times, we're part of the community. Let's chat more over lunch, and you can always reach out and talk to directors.
Unfortunately, no more time for questions, just 2 quick announcements, but yeah, I'll let you finish whatever you were saying.
Oh, I think that's good. Yeah, let's talk over lunch.
Thank you so much to the board for all the answers that you gave to us today. Quick announcements. We are going to have the group picture now. We have our photographer. Please follow him so he can take you to the place that we are going to take the picture. And one more thing. After the picture, we are going to have the lunch. Please keep your tickets in your hands. You are not going to give them to anyone. You just need to place them on the table where you are sitting. Please don't change your places. The meals are pre-served already. They are regular. Wherever they see the blue dot for the vegetarians, vegans, they are going to change the dish. So just please keep the tickets on the table. And yeah, that's all. Let's take the photo.
Okay, I think it works. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Okay, welcome everyone back from lunch. I hope you had an amazing lunch. Next up, we have a talk on State of the Shell 2026. So over to you.
Welcome back from last year. We had this talk last time. I don't know how many times you have had it before, but this is one of the many. So get ready for this year's edition. This time it's Florian, me, and Carlos and Michelle who's presenting. And as we usually do, we start with the compositor side, and then we move slowly up the stack to the shell side. So let's just start. Mother, our compositor library. I think this is the biggest change that we have. No more X11 backend. It's mostly red lines in GitLab, in the Git diff. There's a lot of stuff that got removed. No more GLX, which is the rendering infrastructure and everything that related to X11. And there were, not only that, there was a lot of complicated input device grab semantics related to clicking on a window was complicated, grabbing keyboards to do keyboard shortcuts were complicated, and everything was complicated. But now we can just remove that, and it paved the way for so many cleanups and simplifications to everything like that. X11 scene graph related limitations we could just start to ignore. Eventually, we'll be able to clean up even more. And another thing that we did, which was also somewhat of a milestone, that kind of good timing with X11 backend removal, as we enabled 2 long-lasting experimental features that seemed stable enough now. Fractional scaling and X-weight unscaling. So you could practically get high DPI X11 applications by default, and fractional scaling, and everything just works perfectly. There is this X11 style layout still possible, but that's something that in the future we can be able to clean up as well. It's there now for if it's actually needed for something, which we'll find out in the coming cycles. But that is giving even more opportunity for creating a linear architecture. There was a bunch of improvements to like the APIs talking to the other components of the stack, screen sharing, remote desktop, and portals. Better performance in general. Michelle did a bunch of performance improvements to better handling damage tracking, to just make the, for example, the remote desktop server copy much less data over the internet by knowing what changed on screen, which was pretty great. HDR for screen sharing, so you can get HDR with screen sharing. And Carlos, to some project, actually uses it now. It's Sunshine or something. Sunshine is actually using it already for streaming HDR content from the screen sharing HDR content. And some plumbing for the portal backends was added. For example, clipboard for input capture. The input capture when you can, desk flow, where you move the mouse and it goes to another computer, and you also want to be able to integrate the clipboard. So the plumbing for that was added this last year. There was also some changes in window management. It was somewhat driven of the needs of the kiosk. I don't know how many know about the kiosk mode or kiosk compositor, GNOME kiosk. It has certain needs. It needs to be in control of the windows and how they are positioned, everything, and lots of window management features was driven by the needs of kiosk, but I think many of them will actually be usable for Excel extensions and any kind of general improvements to the window management that we have. One of these things are external window management rules, which simply lets GNOME kiosk, and potentially an extension just to override any kind of rules that the modder itself, the window management rules there, implement. Bilal is working a lot on cleaning up the Kogel, the abstraction over the graphics pipeline rendering architecture, removing a lot of unused things and clean up redundant functionality. We don't need multiple ways to do shaders, for example. We can have one way and then get rid of the other ones. We can concentrate all the EGL and OpenGL stuff into their corresponding actual backend objects, which could potentially make it easier at other rendering APIs. And now I'm going to change to Misha.
Thanks, Jonas. I'd first like to talk a little bit about what's been happening related to color management in Modder. The first thing is that in Modder 50, there is now support for handling white color gamut displays correctly, even when HDR is not enabled. And I stressed the latter part because HDR kind of implicitly covers white color gamut as well, but with HDR disabled, previously Modder always assumed that the display expects data in the sRGB color space and produce the output frames accordingly. But for example, if you have a laptop with a white color gamut panel, then that is probably not the case. It probably expects the data to be in its native color gamut. And so we have a new third mode now, which is also still SDR. It's not HDR, but it uses the color gamut information which is stored in the edit data, which is provided by the display, and just produces the output frames for that color space. And so far it seems to be working pretty well. So at the moment it's only available via the GDCTL command line utility. It's not exposed yet in the control center display settings, but I hope that will come at some point as well. The next thing is the Wayland color management protocol, where Modder support for it was bumped to the version 2 revision. This is mostly minor changes which probably won't be noticeable for most users. So I only put one specific thing on the slide, which is that Modder now uses the gamma 2.2 transfer function with SDR instead of the sRGB piecewise transfer function that it was using before. That might be noticeable in some cases, in particular with content which has a lot of dark areas, like maybe some dungeon game or something like that. And finally, Sebastian just got the ball rolling recently for revamping the color pipeline that Modder uses for producing its output frames. This will open up possibilities for lots of things that haven't been possible so far. Just to name a few examples, it will allow Nightlight to work correctly also with HDR enabled, and it will allow adjusting the white point for each display separately. And it also will allow Modder to offload some of the processing to special hardware support via the KMS API, which should be more efficient than using the GPU shaders for everything. The next thing I want to talk about is variable refresh rate, also known, or I guess commonly known as VRR. This is also the third feature in Mother 50, which was previously an experimental feature, but now it isn't anymore. So some of the rough edges that were there before were ironed out for the 50 release. And on top of that, there were some further improvements. For example, the VRR support in Mother now also works well when the Wayland client uses the commit timing protocol, which basically allows controlling the timing of when a frame is presented on the display. This is useful, for example, for frame rate limiters. Even when using VRR, it can be useful to prevent the frame rate from going above the maximum refresh rate, because then you will avoid some bad effects when the refresh rate kind of varies around the maximum. So this is useful for that. And also, while VRR is active for a full screen surface, if the frame rate of that surface becomes low, like maybe 30 frames per second or even lower, previously the mouse cursor would also move at a very low refresh rate, and it would be kind of awkward. But now the mouse pointer can move independently from the full screen surface refresh rate, and it can go up to the maximum refresh rate according to VRR. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is performance. There have been various improvements for hybrid graphics systems. The most common example of that is probably laptops with an integrated GPU and a separate discrete GPU, which is usually an NVIDIA one at this point. And so there have been various improvements to make transferring the contents between the two GPUs more efficient, to give better performance in that scenario. There have also been workarounds for various driver issues in the NVIDIA driver. Unfortunately, it doesn't always stick very closely to the defined semantics of the APIs that we are using, but we found a way, or we found ways to handle those issues, which are, I'm not sure how to put it. I guess it could be worse. And frame scheduling. Those who know me well know that this is a topic that's dear to my heart. So I'm going to try to provide also a little background why this is important. You might wonder, why does Mother even need to schedule frames in the future? Why can't it just start working on the next frame as soon as possible? And the answer to that in a nutshell is that there's a trade-off between smoothness on the one hand, which requires hitting every refresh cycle of the display, and on the other hand, there is latency, which corresponds to responsiveness from the user point of view. And so if we were to always start working on the next frame immediately, we would have, the resulting smoothness would be as good as possible, but the cost for it would be that the system would feel relatively sluggish to respond to the user input. And on the other hand, the flip side of that is that if we wait too long before we start working on a frame, then we might miss the next display refresh cycle, which is also not, isn't smooth either. So we have to find some kind of balance between those extremes. And we are trying to dynamically find a balance which works for the given system, because the balance also depends on the performance characteristics of the system, but it's tricky, and so we are always trying to improve that. But so previously we were basically, I guess, mostly pushing harder for low latency, for better responsiveness, but lately we've got a few complaints by users about the smoothness not being as good as expected, so now maybe we're trying to find ways to improve the smoothness without sacrificing too much responsiveness. Finally, there is now a work in progress merge request for properly supporting so-called tiled monitors, which involve multiple logical display connections between the GPU and the monitor. And pardon? Yeah, it's a less. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I hope you can hear me now. Sorry about that. The main benefit of this will be that there will no longer be a tearing line in the middle of the display, because currently Modder is updating both halves of both tiles of the display independently. So it can happen that one of them is updated for a new frame, but the other one isn't yet, and that results in a tearing line. So that will be fixed, and also because both halves will be handled in one go, combined as a whole frame, it will be more efficient as well.
Thanks, Michelle. So yeah, there's also been some work on getting Matter to be a lighter compositor, have lighter dependencies and have less legacy dependencies. First one, it was, it's not complete yet, but we are pretty close to having no Cairo dependency on Matter at all, which is nice. And then we've also been, there's been some protocol updates and some Wayland improvements that in order to support more things or and catching up with Wayland development and whatnot. So the first thing is WL fixes, which is a relatively minor protocol with some fixes actually for the core protocol. It became hard to fix it in the core protocol, so it spun a separate protocol for it, and we implemented. What was it about? It was destroying globals, or?
Not constraints, but
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, anywho. So pointer warp is another protocol which is, well, I'm not really, personally not really fond of it. Like it's taking a bad pattern from X11, but well, it's already here, it's already done, so we support it as well. This protocol does allow you to move the pointer to a different place and in order to do anything with it. And yeah, we used to have a constraints and locking, which was used to implement, for example, supporting games where you hide the pointer and you move the character or whatever, but the pointer is underneath actually locked in place and it doesn't move, but it still transfers the motion events to the client. But that was not enough for some use cases, so now we support this. There's also the X background effect protocol, which does allow us to set some background effects, like blurring the background of windows and having things underneath be shown within blurry as well and whatnot. So we now support this protocol. There should be some exciting things that can be done with it in terms of UI and everything. And there was also the color management protocol version 2, which Michelle already covered excellently. So I'll just go through it. And the text input protocol, which is, even though it was, well, a minor number update, it had fixes for quite big shortcomings for a few things in terms of internationalization and on-screen keyboard support. And now this is, the protocol is already in place and we implement it, and it has fixed quite a few things that were a little bit of a pain in terms of internationalization. There's been also some input improvements, like now that, well, I'm starting from the beginning. So we now use more gestures and controllers, replacing event handlers and signal connections to actor signals in GNOME shell, and it's been replaced with gesture objects and controller objects, which are self-contained objects that are able to handle tiny pieces of input. And it's an improvement in terms of having more control points to handle input properly and give less opportunities for screw-ups and whatnot. So we now mostly are using these objects to handle input in GNOME shell. There's been also some work on the fundamentals, we used to have this, inspired by X11, these two tiers of devices, like you would have the hardware devices that are the actual things in your computer that you interact with, and there would be virtual devices. These are not virtual like remote desktop nor anything. They are simply not physical devices. And those used to be represented by the pointer on screen or the keyboard focus, the caret, or things like that. So we now have a sprite object that replaces this on-screen pointer thing or keyboard focus thing, and it replaces it with a dedicated object that is not the same type as the physical devices, which has also allowed us to move a lot of logic into about picking, about transmitting, event propagation, things like that. It's allowed us to give it a place instead of scattered all over the code. And this has been a quite nice improvement in terms of getting rid of X11 isms and use something better than that. And as I said, the plan would be achieving the full removal of event handlers in Clutter Actor. It's got a plethora of signals that and the methods that you can connect to in order to handle button presses and motion and whatnot. So the idea is to finally replace everything with gestures and controllers, and then get rid of this way of handling input and rely entirely on these objects. And the end game for that is actually being able to move all the Wayland event handling into Clutter. Like right now, there is a big fork in the road. The events are, let's say, generated by the input thread. They are injected into the main thread, and then they either are handled for Wayland purposes, like sending it to a client or whatever, or they are handled by Clutter and for example, clicking on the menu on the panel or the calendar or whatever, and that could be handled by Clutter itself. So the idea is to make all Wayland event handling, removing this big fork in the road, and making all event handling be done by Clutter and be done like forwarding events and propagating events across the actor tree and having it done naturally within the Clutter event handling code, and remove this kind of hack. This will also allow like applying, for example, effects on windows or whatever, or rotations and anything, and having input happen in the place where it's supposed to happen, because Clutter is prepared for this, but the Wayland code that we have only caters for rectangular surfaces. So it's a small improvement that we get for free with this. There's been also some improvements in terms of accessibility. And we implemented a DBus interface, which is private for screen readers, so they can query for the pointer position. This used to work before based on global coordinates, which was a no-go for Wayland. So this DBus interface works over surface local coordinates and surfaces. So the screen reader, it can know which subtree to traverse in order to find out those surface local coordinates and tell you what is underneath the pointer. And this is obviously important for people with sight issues. And there's also plans for improving the support for touchscreens for blind people and whatnot. So this is kind of works differently. Like the touchscreen is usually an interaction area, but it does not relate to the thing that is underneath. You are not tapping on something, you are interacting with the touchscreen as something else, as a touchpad, for example. So it's got some challenges over there and some, but it is now something that we can talk about supporting, basically. And then there's been some DevKit improvements. And if you don't know DevKit, it is our new way to run Matter in a nested inside a window, so you don't have to run it on your system or anything, and it's kind of convenient for development, at least. It solves, makes it easy to work on most of the issues, at least. And effectively, the DevKit window is now resizable, which means that you don't have a fixed resolution for the nested Matter, and you can resize the window, and the compositor running within it will update itself and to the new size and deal with it as a monitor size change. What did you mean with this?
Either via settings or just...
Oh, yeah. So yeah, you can do both, either via settings or just resizing the window. There's now also high DPI support for DevKit, which is nice and nice to have because more and more screens are high DPI, so it's a nice thing. And there's also clipboard integration, so you can copy in your host and paste into the nested session, and it will work. And there's also changes to how we map the keyboard layout. So now, we can make it work so the keyboard layout that you use on the host on your own computer does forward to the nested session, basically. So you don't have to change the keyboard layout in both places in order to test something, or you miss and you're typing something else. There's been also, we also had, Jonas, I'm only helping. There's been a Summer of Code student working on GPU robustness and being able to handle GPU crashes and recover elegantly from that. So there's been quite some nice progress over there. Work is done by Like, our student, and he's been doing some wonderful work. This is a Summer Code project this year, and if you missed his talk, his lightning talk, you should go check it because it's pretty interesting. And now for the shell bits.
So hello, and with that we are coming to the upper layer, which is GNOME shell, which rather than Matter, which provides the lower platform bits, to the shell, which provides the actual user visible UI. As with Matter, I first start with a quick retrospective, what is happened over the last year. The first noteworthy feature was improved brightness controls. The most important change in that were that if there are multiple monitors that can have adjustable brightnesses, every one of them gets now a separate brightness slider, so you can adjust the brightness for more than one device rather than before where just one monitor was picked as the display brightness monitor, and the other ones you could maybe control via hardware, but not from the actual UI. This is kind of an implementation detail that doesn't round trip to GNOME settings team anymore, but uses Matter exposes the API we need to implement this directly in GNOME shell. So this is how it is implemented. It shouldn't make a huge difference offhand, except that it makes it easier to make further improvements. For instance, like better handling of screen brightness when HDR is enabled, which has like its its separate brightness setting, which doesn't like map directly to the underlying brightness of the hardware. Brightness is now like saved and restored, not only when you leave or like log in or log out of the session, but also when changing between SDR and HDR modes. And let's put it like that, the brightness slider now reflects better the intention of the user rather than like the state of the hardware or the kernel. But yeah, like the HDR brightness is now like reflects the actual HDR brightness and not the HDR brightness plus the underlying brightness of the monitor, which you can only change when you disable HDR and re-enable it. So yeah, it should just make more sense now to users without going into too much details. The other feature were parental controls, which is largely based on like earlier work done by Philip for digital well-being. But the main difference is that screen limits are not like recommended, like, oh, wouldn't you like to take a break? Maybe take a walk, get up a bit, but like the screen is locked and unless there's a parent around that will unlock it for the child usually, that's it for the day, and like the device has to be like kept quiet like for the rest of the day. Well, as I mentioned, this was like done as part of the funding for digital well-being, and in this particular case by Ignazi, who unfortunately isn't here, but I've seen him in some former slides. So apparently he's still like active in GNOME and active in some teams. Some bits that probably aren't headline features, but are nonetheless worth mentioning. Offline updates, like when you log out or shut down the computer and updates are available, we offer to install them. That used to be implemented directly through PackageKit. Now it's done by a private GNOME software API. It should only make a difference for users who aren't using systems that like. It makes a difference for systems that aren't managed by packages with PackageKit, but where GNOME software does have a plugin for updates, because those are now supported. Before, those updates were just not handled from the shell. There were like quite a few accessibility improvements, not the kind that were done in Mata, where like new features were implemented that enabled like new kinds of users to like use the system, but rather like the more tedious work of like identifying issues, missing labels, duplicated labels, descriptions that cannot be focused with the keyboard, but are kind of important to get the context, so they have to be exposed by some other means. So yeah, like unglamorous work, but still very important. A very tiny change, but like a very popular request. GNOME Shell has a built-in screen recorder that can be started with a key binding. The same key binding can now be used to also stop the recording, which was like a big pain point for many people. And with that, like a quick outlook for like upcoming changes in GNOME 51. We have like major work done on the login screen side. First, most users will notice like there is like a refinement of the authentication UI. Like some elements move into the entry. It all looks like more balanced, more centered. there are indications whether you have to use a password or can also use maybe a fingerprint reader. When before it was more or less implied, or there were like notification-like messages shown, and it's now just like a lot nicer and more streamlined. Well, as I mentioned, there were also like changes when a user is logged in locally and then tries to also log in remotely. We like cannot handle like both concurrently, so either the remote session cannot go ahead or the local session has to be terminated first. And to allow the user to pick that, there is like a choice to be made, and like the UI for that was improved this cycle. This is a bit that is not pending anymore. This is already actually in the alpha release. So, and importantly, like more support for like different authentication methods. Like apart from password, like the classical password, fingerprints, smart cards, there is also support for passkeys or web login. For details, John had like a dedicated talk about this yesterday, so you can check it out on YouTube when it's, I don't know when it's available, but it will be available. Oh yeah, and you don't have to like decide before starting the authentication with method you will use. You can start the authentication process and then make your choice. Like you select your user and then you can choose, oh, I want to identify by passkey, by smart card, or just enter my password. Again, some like smallish changes that can still be like probably worth mentioning. There is some initial support for the reduced motion setting. It would be like a bigger item if there was like more support. It turns out that like the main animations we have in GNOME Shell are really, really hard to change. Like the usual guidance is, oh, instead of an animation, use a crossfade. But that doesn't work for things like the overview, where we aren't changing between different components, but we have like different, like 3 or 4 different states, and we don't have anything to crossfade between. We just have like, oh, it's now in this state, it's now in this state, it's now in this state. So we will need some design guidance for this to like improve this support in the future. SVG cursors, this is like a very recent change, but there is now support for basically SVGs with some metadata attached that allows us to like show cursors that aren't based on X cursors, which is like very much a legacy format from the X11 world, but that we were still using on Wayland. Now we have like a modern cursor format that is probably a lot easier for the design team to update, and just generally nicer and better integrated than, yeah. Another change that, well, this one hasn't landed yet, but I expect it to land. This is a fairly small change. Usually extensions are either disabled explicitly when the user turns them off or when the screen is locked. But until now, when you shut down the computer or log out, the extension, well, just dies together with the rest of the shell process. We will now like disable extensions before that. So if an extension has to do some cleanup work or maybe save like runtime state to more like to a persistent location, then it has like a point where it can do this because it will be disabled at this point and can like, well, do proper cleanup before the system like exits. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? No questions? I don't think we have anything on the chat either. Okay, then. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation. The next talk starts at 3:05, so we have like a short break to walk around, maybe take a short walk and be back.
Hello. Hi, everyone, and welcome back from a very short break that we just had. Some people in the venue got some coffee and snacks, so I hope people at home are also grabbing some tea, coffee, or anything else. We are going to continue with our next presenter, Nathan Willis, and his talk is Beyond RRGGBB.
Thanks. So yes, I'm Nate, and as I was mentioning to Matthias a moment ago, I've been trying to cut stuff out of the slides for several days because I have a tendency to put too much in, and I really want to leave some time for questions. We'll see how successful that is. What I actually want to talk about, which might not have been clear, is color in desktop applications, like color as an element in documents and things, and beyond desktop applications, but this is, of course, where the desktop people are. That doesn't mean color management, but if the term color palette doesn't make sense, I hope it will in a few minutes. I should say I'm also not a color scientist, nor a data scientist. It would be fun to say I was a font scientist, but that's not really a thing. Nevertheless, I did sort of run into this. I've got signal. So. Great. You didn't miss anything. I ran into this sort of color issue myself during my research, which was sort of the starting point. And I also want to be clear, I want to frame this as a session about opening a discussion. I'm describing what I think is the quote-unquote problem. That probably sounds too big. I can think of a few different ways it could be tackled. I'm not trying to dictate what the right idea is. And I would really like to encourage some more thought. And I say problem, it's not like a terrible wrong that needs writing, but it is something that maybe a big desktop project like GNOME could address that individual applications can't because it's about multiple applications. Here's the gist. When you have two documents from two different applications and you want to have the same color appear, it's kind of a hassle. It's possible, but it's manual work, particularly because you repeat that work for every color that you want to reuse in two different things. In most applications, you select the color for any element on the page from a palette widget, which is usually a grid of some kind. Usually there's an auxiliary pop-up widget that lets you find anything from a generic color space with a color wheel or some sliders and toggles. And a lot of users might not even know that the palettes are there or that there's more than one of them, so that's one hurdle. Another thing is that the palettes really help because, I mean, zeroing in on a specific color in that big color wheel thing is kind of tricky or it's annoying. But the other hurdle you encounter here is not just the doing of the selection, but the fact that every application is kind of siloed in where you get and choose your colors. I just want to show briefly, when I ran into this myself, I was putting a presentation together for a lecture I had to do in my department at the university. And if you see the, there's some little green asterisks here. And I wanted to use that same color on the slide and also in an illustration from Inkscape. And it was not easy to do that, particularly not easy to do it with multiple colors. That's a pretty terrible looking graph you're seeing right there because I just gave up and remade it in like LibreOffice slides, which is probably a good idea. The original graphs, which I had generated as Inkscape vector things, were a lot more convoluted, and that would not have been great for the audience. But that's kind of the issue. You generate a plot in some application, and then you want to also, in an Office application, sort of link things together, have it be clear in a table that something is the same color as you're showing in an illustration. And there's not a way to access those colors from LibreOffice in Scribus or in something web-based like Google Docs. So just to lay the groundwork, we could take a really brief tour of the current state of selecting colors from palettes. This is GIMP. GIMP has a dockable dialog. You're probably familiar with the foreground and background sort of swatch things. This dialog usually lives on the right-hand side in sort of the right-hand strip where the undo history is. So some users might not even know that that's there, but you get this sort of selectable button palette here, where you click on any of those, and that makes that the active color. And there's a table that you click on, and which shows you all the palettes. This is, again, you see at the top, we're in that dockable dialog box tray, I guess. And GIMP ships with a lot of these palettes. I think I counted 41. This is in GIMP 2.10. Is that perfect? No. I mean, it tells you how many colors are in each palette. It gives them a name. It's pretty small preview images, though. Inkscape, the palette is a lot more prominent. I think that's because in GIMP, most of what you do is painting with things, whereas in Inkscape, you're applying fills and path colors, so you maybe do more of that. So this is the palette down here, and these buttons indicate that you can scroll this or sort of page through it. And there's 200 and something colors in the base palette there. Inkscape also has a pop-up window with a whole bunch of other palettes built in. Again, they have names. That's very small. So you might know, well, you might know the SVG color set because it exists, but some of these, like what's in the topographic one, where does it come from? A little bit unclear, maybe? Let's get to the real tricky stuff. LibreOffice. This is from Calc. I feel like it might just be me, but you maybe use more colors for semantic reasons in a spreadsheet than you do in a Word style document. I might be wrong there. You get a fairly large palette. It does also have a pop-up with a few additional options in it. I think that's 11. Where do they come from? Not very clear. No previews on that. This is where it gets even stranger. Scribus is a desktop publishing app. It's Qt based. It's not a KDE application. It is kind of the only one that's actively developed these days in free software. That's fine. You don't necessarily need one for every environment. But it has a lot of color stuff available. It's a little bit washed out here, but there are some grayed out buttons in here for adding and removing colors. You can see that this is the Scribus basic set there. And the box that pops up beneath it there gives you a long list of these. No previews on those. There are dozens and dozens of them in Scribus, though. And I think they come, a lot of them, from color standards and things like that. I lost count. For the sake of completeness, because it's worth clarifying, GNOME Terminal and most other terminal emulators have sort of a color palette theme thing. What that really is sort of there's a named set of X, or I guess ANSI terminal colors, and you can kind of map those to real RGB values. GNOME Terminal does have a few to choose from that it ships built in, which you're really just going to get this same set with slightly different hues and saturations of them. So it's not exactly the same deal as picking them for anything you want, creative work. So there are more. I could go on. I don't use Blender. It definitely has colors as well. I thought maybe keep it small. I've worked with all those apps. There are some that don't support any form of color palette. I made a list of ones to check. Turns out these are all web apps. Google Docs is interesting because their official support site says just copy and paste it from some other Google document. Not great, I would say. PenPod is interesting. It's kind of in between in that you kind of can just save another document that just has the color swatches in it, and that's officially what they tell you to do. There's certainly a lot of applications in between where you have a couple of colors you can set, but not like a full palette. So, if you're lucky and you have to do this, you get like an eyedropper tool, but that basically means GIMP and Inkscape do this. LibreOffice did not have that. Scribus does not have that. So what you do is write down the hex codes or copy them and paste them. I'm not afraid of manual labor myself, but doing that once is fine, but you got to remember with a lot of colors, you're doing that for every color individually, just what starts to get aggravating, and you do that for every application too. What I ran into when I was doing my thesis research was charts and graphs generated from data science apps. So I want to talk about that and how different that case is, not because I think GNOME should prioritize data science over other users, but it's easy to see where the gap is there. The poster child for color palettes there is definitely R. A lot of folks in software development may not have used R. It's not for building applications. It's a specialty language for statistical and numerical analysis, but those are users that generate a lot of plots. The basic usage in R is, that C function there just takes a list of things and concatenates it into a vector. More commonly, though, you end up using like a package that provides these sort of named color vectors that are the same thing internally. And there's quite a few of them. Our color brewer is the most famous. This is sort of the basic set it ships with. You can see a few different types. The ones at the top, what they would call linear sequences, they have a variation across one side or the other, increasing in hue or saturation or both. The ones at the bottom, notably, are sort of centered on a 0. So if your data has positive and negative, that's more appropriate. And then there are these categorical ones here where you just need to distinguish between classes of things. So you would label a series or something. But R has drastically more than just that initial set. There's an entire web page called Palettier, which this is a screenshot of. I guess you can't really read that, but the list at the top is there's a couple thousand palettes available at this site. And this site exists to let you page through them and to narrow them down in a bunch of ways. There's all sorts of different, potentially semantically meaningful palettes to be chosen from. If you look at another package, matplotlib, it's pretty similar in the sense of you have, so matplot is a Python-based thing, and you'll see that you're still referring to the color vector essentially by name, but underneath it, it's just like a Python list of values. And here again, there's a whole ecosystem of people packaging up palettes for different reasons. There's some more commercially focused ones like Plotly, which is another, and they may have an R backend too, but it has sort of this open core, fancy web interface thing. And I thought I'd mention that one because it does something different to it. It ships its base set of palettes, but that little suffix of R just means you've reversed it. So they have 2 of everything, so you don't need to know which one is the hot color, which one is the cold color. That's the thing you get out of that R example, or that Plotly example. But the same is true for Seaborn, GraphViz, Observable. There's a ton of those. If you recognize the name Color Brewer, that's a palette collection that it's big enough to kind of have a life of its own. It's sort of available in all of these tools. There's a few of those. You might think it has something to do with mixing colors together, but it's actually named for its creator, Cynthia Brewer. So, nominative determinism. This is originally done for mapping in GIS, but yeah, there's a whole set of these that gets repackaged. Viridis is another really popular one. Viridis was, I think, also initially for mapping, but was designed to be better for different types of color blindness or color deficiency. Another interesting example is ggplot, which has this entire set of color palettes designed to go with certain publications you might be submitting a talk to. And then that slide come up? Yeah, so this is the Lancet and Medical Association journals. And then finally, there's these sort of named sets. SVG has a bunch of named colors. X11 defined a bunch of named colors. Sort of the one DVIEPs there, that's what comes from the tech world. It makes sense when you think about it. I looked into tech just as an alternative to Scribus, but tech people generate images elsewhere and then embed them. So tech color is basically just for text, and it's not really the same. But using the right palette makes a difference. This is another set of plots from my thesis research, and it's meant to just have the blue and orange marks mean something different, but the orange kind of reads more negative to people from a culture like mine, and that may or may not be what you want. Similarly, does anyone think there's anything wrong with this? This is it's a heat map. There is blue on there. I'll tell you, in the image with full color, there's really nothing at the blue end of the spectrum, so it's kind of maybe a bit misleading. This is what seems more prominent than other things. Let's see. So on the desktop, those applications I mentioned, they have palettes that you can choose from, and they all store them somewhere on disk, right? And GIMP, there's at least 2 locations. You can choose as many as you want in the preferences. There's the default ones that ship with GIMP. There's your own .config format. The file is called .gpl, coincidentally. It's GIMP palette, I guess. And they've got a really good documentation site about this. And in fact, they can consume others internally and just convert them to GIMP format. The GPL format looks like this, so you're naming it, you're saying how many columns there are when it's presented in the UI. So if you want to sort of have several, like a blue row and a red row, you can determine that here. But then you're just getting sRGB values in the name of each one. GIMP does color space transformation internally. Inkscape reads GPL files. So it made that decision quite conveniently. It does store them in a different place, though, which is maybe not ideal. Officially, Scribus says you can just import them from another document. That's not entirely true. It does ship some in its own user share folder and lets you save your own. Interestingly enough, it swatches in one place and palettes in the other. The format is XML, but it's because Scribus documents are XML. It's this Scribus colors thing, and all you get really is a name and a color definition with each one. It is worth noting, though, that you can mix RGB and CMYK in the same palette in Scribus because that's a use case for them. LibreOffice uses a format called SOC, which stands for Star Office Colors, showing its history. The docs say that it's plain text. It's actually XML2. I've seen some references to like extensions installing color palettes. I don't find a clear example of that. That may just be an idea that was temporary and fizzled out. Under the hood, the LibreOffice XML has a lot more header to it, but still pretty similar, just one element per color that has a definition and a name. You can translate this into the Scribus version. I wrote a 30-line Python script on Wednesday, and it took like 15 minutes, and that included looking some things up. But you just have to know you can't do CMYK in LibreOffice. So I think the takeaway from that is that data science people who use these things a lot, they are sort of primitives that you would use directly in a script. It's a vector object of some kind, or it's a special data type. Whereas the applications, you're talking about resource files. Some of them might be embeddable, some of them might not. And that, to me, makes the palettes sound a lot more like the way apps use other shareable resources, like fonts or icons. They're distinct from the content of the document. So I kind of think maybe they could be shared more easily. In years past, there were some, you might remember some of these desktop apps that deal with color palettes. Swatchbooker was the big one. It could read and convert a dozen different formats, including a bunch of proprietary ones from Adobe and so on. It's been gone since 2017. It's Python 2 only. The docs are really great, though. They document a lot of the formats really well. That's what that looked like. Agave is a lot more recent. That was a GNOME app, and I remember this one, and I was kind of sad to realize it was not there. That's what it looks like. It's a little more designed to help you design a palette for a design project. So you're coming up with a color scheme to use in the web page or something like that. There's an existing app called GPick, most similar to Agave. It hasn't really been updated since 2018, but it's still available in Debian anyway, which the others are not. That's what that looks like. It kind of looks like it's GTK2, maybe. Don't quote me on that, but it's been a while. There are also some lower level utilities and tooling. If you just search on this, you find a bash script to turn GPL into LibreOffice. So a convenient name, but there's Python tools that can read that and a few other formats out there. There's also this interesting project that just collects a whole bunch of manually curated GPL palettes that the guy has converted from others. The page explicitly says it doesn't include Color Brewer, so I emailed the guy who wrote that, and he said, it was 10 years ago, I couldn't get it in a convenient format, so he might be open to changing that. The thing that doesn't exist is something that fills that Swatchbooker niche where you can convert palette to palette. And remember, every application being siloed means format conversion is something you have to do for every application's target. That's what makes me think we could simplify that. How? I don't know. Maybe there's an XDG color palette directory definition, at least with Inkscape and GIMP sharing the same format. That wouldn't be the worst thing. It should probably be DIRs instead of dir, because you can have more than one, and most applications ship with something. There's a lot of cost to that, though. I mean, obviously, who's going to package up a bunch of palettes? I don't know. How many formats should be supported? I don't know. Scribus wants CMYK, the other apps don't. There's potential issues with the formats that can be embedded in a document file. I don't know how to solve that. I'm also keenly aware that there's a lot of plumbing that comes with other XDG things like sharing fonts. You have font config. On the other hand, I think the XDG route, at least for that one piece, there's some benefits that it's a little easier for future developers to come along and fix something, or future app developers to know what they could do. But I don't know, maybe it'd be better to say, let's just revive Swatchbooker or a modern version of that, or Agave, or update GPIC. You could also say, don't invent anything new, let's just boost people who are doing that color palette work and get that packaged and delivered more easily. That's less work for everyone except color palette guy, but it means less consistency. Then again, I think any of these ideas would bring UI challenges, like those lists that I showed of all the available palettes. Hard to see much in those. The names might not be clear. The names you saw in our color brewer are very compact. Navigating that list is not easy in the font menu, and I don't know if you want to add that for color palette menu too. And it might mean just, you're asking users to install another thing, and that can be a hard sell too. Anyway, we have about 5 minutes for questions. I didn't talk about a lot of stuff that would still be interesting to talk about, like gradients. Continuous palettes are a big thing in data science because you don't know how many elements you need. But ask me about that if you want to later. But yeah, I'm really open to hearing what you think of that. Is XDG just laughably old and this should be a portal, or go and mutter, or anything else? The floor is wide open. Questions away. And thanks. I'm particularly worried that I've missed some major thing that solves it all, but I'd be happy to hear that and sit down. So.
It's live.
Heard that.
Hello, hello, yay. If we have any questions, please. So, did you raise your hand? No, you didn't. Okay. You did, yes.
Hello, thanks for your talk. In regards to HDR content, is there like any complication due to like being on a subset of the whole color space? Like, is there like palettes might be there's no problem at all, but how it interacts in regard to like moving to palettes, moving to HDR workflows and content authoring?
So I'm not sure I understand. How does what? HDR. I think that just gets into how a colored document, or what is assumed about a colored document in the application and the display profile that it gets mapped into. I might be off about that. But like I said, with the GIMP format that still works today, it's because they have defined it to mean sRGB colors, and then if you need further color transformations, GIMP does that internally. So you could sort of just decide that's how it's going to work. The CMYK stuff in Scribus is obviously, I think, of a similar vein, and that Scribus is setting the rules for that. And so as long as Scribus is handling HDR and that other side of things correctly, it's responsible for making it look right. And the palette author just has to test it and see if it is appealing in the end result, I think, if that was what you meant. But
no. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Coming?
Uh-oh.
Also, people at home, I encourage you to send your questions in the chat.
There seems to be a lot of complexity here. speaking from a design perspective, like the range of colors that you want in a palette will vary tremendously according to the use case, like in the app. It's also very dependent on the background color that you're going to have, that you're going to be using with that palette often. So I wonder if you've thought about that. Would it be a case of, if there was like a shared repository of palettes, would they somehow be classified or transformed in some way to be appropriate to different settings?
Yeah, I probably gave you a worst case example by showing all that data science stuff. It's just where I bumped into it, and it was very clear that there is a distinction between the two approaches there. But you saw in several of the screenshots of what ships with palettes, they will have something like the Tango palette from a few years ago. And that is specifically designed to be, user-facing icons and screen elements and things. So in theory, the end user doesn't need to know the complexity that goes into that. They just need to know, okay, this is the palette that makes sense for the kind of work that I'm doing, I think. And the fact that Scribus has all those other palettes is because, for the most part, those are coming from like publishing standards, which again, if you need to know, the French publishing standard for a particular type of PDF, you would know that before you fired up Scribus and looked at the palette, I think. So the general case is a lot simpler than the data science stuff I was showing. It's just that the data science people tinker with it a lot, so they have a lot of examples to show off. Does that kind of get to where you're freaking out? Or okay.
I think there's maybe a distinction between, say, like a spreadsheet app where I think there's a distinction between, say, a spreadsheet app where I would generally be using maybe 5 colors, and something like Inkscape, where if you're using it in a creative setting, you might be using a much larger range of colors. I think there's also something there about, the background color, and the example I'd think of there would be how colors are treated in libadwaita, where we have they're themed. There's the dark theme and the light theme, and they get transformed. The palette gets transformed based on the background in order to ensure contrast for foreground colors.
Right.
So again, like say in a spreadsheet app case, like you would want to be selecting the palette based on the background color. Like if for some reason you decide you want a black background on your spreadsheet, then you'll want the palette to update accordingly.
Yeah, I might argue that if you're doing a spreadsheet to try and make a point, then you are maybe being a little more intentional with colors than just red, green, blue, yellow, black. I know when I've compared sort of the pop-up, because I've used CryptPad, which is only Office under the hood. It's a free software thing, but with storage and stuff. And sort of the pop-up palette you get in that is really different from the LibreOffice one, in that it has several magentas and it doesn't have as many oranges or something like that. So even if you think you're picking simple colors, you're kind of limited by what appears in the pop-up. I'm not sure the background thing, I mean, that kind of comes with the document. Like in some cases you see the background for a cell in a spreadsheet is defined as no color, and in some cases it's defined as white. So that might be up to the app developer to either give you what you need or not. But yeah, again, I think if you're looking for fidelity, then you hope your application supports that. If you're looking for across applications, it's currently just sort of super hard to get close. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I take your point that there's not like a one-size-fits-all way to do any of that, and what somebody wants from the application matters a whole lot. And I was choosing, in my spreadsheet example, I was choosing this green and pink color to sort of be colorblind friendly and to not have a good-bad connotation to it, which I thought would be easy and turns out to be slightly hard, I guess. But, you know, that's about it.
So we are running a bit over time, but we actually have one more question in the chat. So I'm going to ask you to reply to this one as well, if you can, very briefly, so we can leave the time for the coffee break. But yes, the question is this. Do you have any thoughts on what it makes sense to add XDG directories for, and what doesn't? Like, are color palettes important enough? Or maybe there shouldn't be a big importance threshold to add the new XDG directories.
I am not in charge of XDG. I think all I would be comfortable doing is saying, hey, I think this is something shareable that multiple applications might benefit from. And if the people who maintain XDG agree, that would be great. If they say, no thanks, put it elsewhere, you could do the same sort of thing without XDG processes, I guess. I hope that answers the question. Anyway.
Thank you very much, Nathan.
All right, thanks.
We have a 13-minute coffee break, and then we'll be back for our next presentation.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. Oh, that was loud. Hi, and welcome back from coffee. We are going to continue with our next talk, Performance Profiling Matter, GNOME Shell and Apps with Tracy, and our speaker, Ivan Molodetsky.
Okay, hello everyone. Today I want to show you how to do performance profiling with Tracy for Matter, GNOME Shell, and your apps. My name is Ivan Molodetsky. By day, I'm working on a PhD in computer vision, but in my free time, I've been a long-time contributor to open source and free software. I usually tend to lower-level components, such as compositors. In GNOME, I worked on improving the input latency in Matter a while ago. I also implemented the screenshot UI in GNOME Shell that landed a few releases back. And I also have two GNOME Circle apps, Video Trimmer and Identity. Also, for the past 3 years almost, I've been creating my own Wayland compositor called Nuri, which has a unusual windowing paradigm where your workspaces aren't limited in size to your monitors, so you can scroll them left and right, as you can see. Also, in 2023, I participated in the grant from the Sovereign Tech Foundation to GNOME. That was a €1 million grant to improve various parts of GNOME. And my part was to do performance profiling and optimization for Matter and GNOME Shell. I managed to identify 12 performance problems and fixed 7 of them, which considerably improved the smoothness of GNOME Shell. So thanks to STF for that. For that work, I used Tracy, which is a profiler by Bartosz Taudul. It is a frame profiler, mainly for video games, but it has a lot of very useful visualizations and statistical functions, and I found it quite useful for doing this work. So don't be scared by this overcomplicated screenshot. It just has a lot of panels open all at once. I will try to explain to you how to use it step by step. So the main thing to understand about Tracy is its timeline view. This is the main view. Here, time is flowing from left to right. And on the timeline view, we see these rectangles called zones. So they indicate where some part of the code starts and ends. So the zone starts here and then ends here. And the zones are nested. So here we can see a recording from Matter. It has a function clutter frame clock dispatch, which calls clutter frame listener frame. And this is visualized below that parent zone. So the zones are nested. You can see what a piece of the code is doing and where it's calling into. So we already have a profiler in GNOME called sysprof. So what's the difference? Well, it turns out that Tracy and sysprof largely collect the same data, and even these zones in Tracy are pretty much the same as marks in sysprof. The main difference is that the Tracy zones must nest correctly, so the child zone must end before its parent zone. In sysprof, there is no such requirement, and this affects the way the zones are visualized. So in Tracy, it can show this nested view. And in sysprof, it has to show like the marks chart or the marks waterfall. And in my opinion, the Tracy timeline view is very useful for diagnosing individual frames and other performance problems. So let's look at an example from the STF. There was one problem where Shell was becoming very laggy over time. So as you use the Shell, it became more and more stuttery. And I want to shout out and say a big thanks to Jeff 14, who you may know from our GitLab issues and project management. Jeff has a slightly older hardware setup, and so he was hitting a bunch of those performance problems. And he really helped me with diagnosing them. So he was recording Tracy profiles for me to analyze. Then I would propose some fix, and Jeff would test it and see if it worked. So I went to dig Matrix DMs to look up the details of this problem, and well, unfortunately, it loaded on another computer. So this was what I found. This is from the trace that Jeff sent me, and in GNOME Shell, as you may know, much of the UI is written in JavaScript, in GGS. And so when you do some keyboard input or mouse input in the overview, it goes through JavaScript handlers. In this case, a stWidget event calls into JavaScript onCaptured event. And what I found is that onCaptured event was calling into a lot of tiny functions. So in this case, 4,500 functions, which was taking 43 milliseconds, which is like several frames long. You definitely don't want your input handler taking this long. So I zoomed in. And indeed, all of these individual functions were tiny, they're barely registered, and they were coming from this pop-up menu manager. So I suspected it was some kind of signal leak where the pop-up menu manager was connected to something, and then the code forgot to disconnect it, so they all piled up. And after a few days, you had 4,500 tiny JavaScript callbacks. And indeed, the fix was to disconnect the handler in the correct place, and the fix worked. Jeff reported that it was one of the biggest performance improvements. And the way I was able to quickly identify this issue is by looking at this timeline view, which let me inspect individual frames and individual functions and see that within this one function we have a weirdly large amount of nested calls. So hopefully I've piqued your interest. So how do you actually use this? Now, much like sysprof, Tracy has two components. The profiler UI application itself, which is this application where you actually view the profile, and also a library, libtracy, linked into the target program, which collects the data and which provides you with functions to instrument your code. Now, Tracy is aimed primarily at game development, where it's common to build from source and bundle your dependencies. So it's not really packaged in distributions, but for Fedora, I made a copper where I have pre-built both the UI and libtracy. Also, Tracy has a very extensive manual. If you have any question, it's probably answered in the manual. If you're interested, I recommend you to check it out. So let's say that we have an example of project in C, GTK Hello World application. Now, Tracy's primary language is C++, but it also has bindings to C and some other languages. And so it provides integration to both CMake and Meson out of the box. So it's very easy to add to a C project. Just add a dependency in Meson. Also add a rep file pointing at its repository. Now, at the time of this talk, the latest stable version is 0.13.1, and since then we've landed a few fixes, for example, to symbol resolution. So here it's pointing to a newer Git version, but once the next version is released, you can switch it to the stable version. So then we will use the C API, so include tracyc.h. And then let's say that we are building our UI in a GTK application. So we connect to the activate signal with this activate function, and we want to measure how long this function is taking. So we surround it with the Tracy C zone. These two macros, Tracy C zone starts the zone, Tracy C zone ends the zone. They take two arguments. The first one is just a variable name for the zone to store the zone in, and the one is whether the zone is active in case you want to do some dynamic toggling. Also, as I mentioned, Tracy zones can be nested. So let's say that we want to measure this GTK window present call separately from the rest of the function. So we want to see how much of this function is taken by GTK window present specifically. For this, I'm using the Tracy C zone n macro. The n allows you to pass a explicit zone name, in this case window present. If you use the normal macro, it will just use the name of the function. So if you were writing this in Rust instead, there's the Tracy client crate, which wraps libtracy and provides you with a nice API. Here's the same activate callback, and you would write Tracy client span. Here span is just a different name for zone. Different profilers use different names for the same thing. Here it's just called span. It basically stands for the zone. Now Rust does have destructors, so the zone will be closed in the drop implementation, so that you don't have to call end manually. And if you want to also profile window present, you can just start a scope with curly braces and add another span passing in the zone name. So now let's record it. Now before running the app, I suggest you to run these two commands. They mount the kernel tracing system. They allow Tracy to collect context switch data, which comes quite useful. So then you run the target program, you run the profiler UI, and you see this kind of panel. Here you can enter the IP address of the client to connect. So Tracy can actually profile over network, which is very useful. We'll see it coming handy later. But also here at the bottom, it has these discovered clients, where it should show your running program on your local PC. So I will just click on it. and it will open a view like this, which will be scrolling to the right because it's recording data. And here at the panel at the top left, it will say query backlog, which is how much information is left to receive from the target program. So now you do whatever you want to profile, then you close the program or click stop, and you see the timeline. You can zoom and pan around it. Here I've zoomed out it fully. So this is 50 seconds of recording. This is our timeline. You can see two big sections here. At the top, the CPU scheduling. It shows what each of the CPU cores is doing at every moment. And at the bottom are our zones. The zones are split by threads. Here you can see main thread in the middle, as well as Tracy sampling, Tracy symbol worker. So for the main thread, we annotated our zone. The activate call happens only once and in the beginning, so it's just this tiny rectangle. But for other threads, where we didn't annotate anything, Tracy will actually sample call stacks and emit those ghost zones where it tries to show the zones based on call stacks. So I can zoom in to our marked zone. This is it zoomed in. You can see my activate and below it window present, because window present is inside my activate. And if I hover over it, it will show some statistics. So this took 50 milliseconds. And we can see that most of my activate is actually taken up by window present. Tracy also collects a lot of information for us without me annotating anything. For example, those blue circles on the timeline are call stack samples. If I mouse over, it will show me the call stack at this location of the code. Also, you can see that threads are annotated with green and red lines. So the green means that the thread is running, computing something on the CPU, and red means that the thread is currently waiting, for example, blocking reading from a file. And if I mouse over the red region, it will actually show me the backtrace for this blocking operation. Now here you can see some symbols are unknown because I didn't have debug info installed for this library. But here is VK enumerate physical devices. So probably at this point GTK went to open my GPU through Vulkan, and it's currently waiting for the driver to give it back the handle to the GPU. So now you can see to the left of my activate there is a big empty region, and my guess is that this is GTK init and adwite init, and let's verify this. Let's go to our main and put the zones around GTK init and adwite init. Now keep in mind, in C there are no destructors, and you have to end the zone that you started, otherwise things will not record correctly. In Rust I would just add curly braces with spans called GTK init adwite init. Now record again, and you can see all the space to the left of my activate is now taken up by GTK init and adwite init. And adwite init is taking 65 milliseconds, and you can see most of the thread is green, so it's actively computing something. How do you find out what it's actually doing? So there is a flame graph in Tracy for this. In the top panel, if you click on the flame button, it will open the split view to the bottom, which is the flame graph. It's kind of an aggregated view of all the functions. Here's our adwite init. And when I looked at this, I can see that most of this time is taken up by GTK CSS provider load internal, so most of this time is spent parsing CSS. And you can see that then it recurses down into this subdivide infos, and to actually verify that this is what's taking most of the time, there is statistics window, which presents the same information as a table, sorted by the count of like samples, call stack samples. You can see that subdivide infos is indeed at the top, so this is our hottest function. So while making the slides, I noticed something weird. This is adwite style manager constructed. For some reason, it's loading CSS twice. And we did a small investigation with Alice, and it turned out that the first time it was loading like the basic default CSS, and then it was loading properties such as dark style changed or reduced motion, high contrast. If any of those were non-default, it would change the CSS and load it twice. And thankfully, it was an easy fix by Alice, which went into 51.alpha. So now adwite style manager only loads CSS once in the end, and so it became like 1/3 faster, which is nice. GTK, I mean, Tracy has quite a bit of nice functionality for inspecting repeatedly called functions. So my activate was only called once. What if we instrument some repeatedly called function? Let's try GTK's frame clock. So this is inside GTK now. The frame clock is an object that controls the whole repainting cycle of the app. So it's called every time, like every frame. So I'm adding Tracy zones around some existing GTK instrumentation and recording with Tracy the icon scroll demo. If you're unfamiliar, an icon scroll is a GTK demo, which loads like a few hundred icons, and then continuously scrolls them up and down. So it's always repainting. Here's my 15-second recording with 2,000 zones, which are too small to display. I zoom in, and I can see that these are my GTK frame clock paint idle zones. And there are also some zone at the bottom, because I annotated something else there. And it's taking 1 millisecond. So it seems to be fine, but how do we actually tell like where in the monitor repaint cycle this happens? Like, are we losing any frames or not? Thankfully, one of the pieces of data that Tracy collects for us are DRM vBlank events. So it collects when the monitor actually repaints. There's this gray line at the top, frames. I can click on this, and now it highlights. It also shows this green-red display at the top. And these are the frame boundaries. So these ticks here show when my monitor actually repaints. And so you can see that these GTK frame clock zones happen pretty early in the frame, terminate well before the next frame. So we are seeing that everything is good. We are not dropping any frames. Now, if I click on this zone, I will see this window at the top left. If I click on the statistics button, I can see a statistics panel on the right. So this will show aggregate statistics over every single call to this function, essentially. And they both have some digit like time information, so mean duration, median duration, percentiles, as well as this yellow histogram. So this yellow histogram aggregates, once again, every call to this function. So on the horizontal axis, we can see the duration, and on the vertical axis is how many calls hit that duration. So we can see that most of the calls were around 1 millisecond in length, which is pretty good. But also here, it's very hard to see, but there are like 2 calls here which are very long. How do you find? Thankfully, this table at the bottom, if I expand this main thread group, Tracy will show me every single instance of this zone, and I can sort by execution time. And here are my 300 millisecond call. Then the next one is like 6 millisecond, and then there are a bunch of 2.5 millisecond. Now I can actually middle click on any of those rows, and this will zoom the timeline view to that exact zone that I selected here. So this is our 300 millisecond zone. Now, once again, how do we find out what the code was actually doing? We use the flame graph. In this case, I click the limit range checkbox, which limits it to just the timeline. And here you can see most of it is like GTK widget do snapshot. If I scroll it a bit down, then it comes down to GTK texture new. So basically, in this call, it's just loading all of those hundreds of icons. So it's expected that it takes this long. I don't know, maybe if I were to optimize this, maybe I would load icons in multiple threads. But basically, this is not unexpected. Now let's instead explore one of those 2.5 millisecond calls. And here's one of those zones. I middle clicked so the timeline zoomed to it. And here you can see the code is waiting for something several times. So if I mouse over one of those red areas, you can see a call stack which says something like GTK surface update size, GTK Vulkan context check swap chain. So these are the moments when I resized the window, and GTK seemingly went to Vulkan to like renegotiate the surface and the swap chain. So I'm not sure why it's blocking for like six different times here. Maybe something to optimize here as well. But it's clearly visible. Now, as part of my profiling work, I instrumented Matter, which is the compositor. I have this merge request open if you want to take a look. And let's see what kind of considerations there are when instrumenting Matter. So Matter actually has existing Coggle trace instrumentation, which emits sysprof marks. But as I said before, sysprof marks and tracy zones are basically the same thing. So I just took these existing macros and made them also emit tracy zones with tracy zone end, passing in the name and ending. And the Matter macros actually use this GCC extension, attribute cleanup, which is kind of like a destructor, so you don't have to close the zones manually. One important thing about Matter, which is GNOME's compositor, is that you're running it constantly. Like, you don't just open it and then close it. It's always running. It's your session. So by default, Tracy will collect data always from program startup until you connect with the profiler. Then it will upload all of this data. So you can profile from the program startup. And here we instead want the on-demand mode compiled with this on-demand flag, which will collect profiling data only when Tracy is actually connected. So only when you're actually profiling. So if I build Matter, and record with Tracy, we can see a bunch of zones like this clutter frame clock dispatch, and inside it a bunch more zones. Here's the statistics for clutter frame clock dispatch. Here you can see the histogram is slightly more interesting. It has several peaks. And in this case, one of the peaks is around 10 microseconds, which is very fast, which is because when clutter frame clock dispatch notices that there's no work to do, it just returns quickly. So this is our 10 microsecond peak. But if it does actually have to redraw the screen, then this is our half a millisecond long duration. You can also see here that I'm grouping these zones by DisplayPort 1 and DisplayPort 2. So I have two monitors connected, and I want to group the zones by the monitor so I can see separately if one of my monitors takes longer to redraw compared to the other. You can do this by Tracy C-zone text, which lets you attach an arbitrary string to a Tracy zone. And then in this UI, you can group by user text and filter and group them by this user text, which is quite useful. Tracy can also do plots with the Tracy C plot macro. Quite simple, just pass in the name and the current value. This is how they show up. These are a bunch of plots that I added to Matter, like the GPU time that it took to complete the frame. And the nice thing about Tracy plots is that their minimum and maximum ranges always automatically adapt to what you see on screen. So let's say that I want to look at this region in more detail. I zoom into it on the timeline. And you can see that the plots readjusted themselves, their minimum and maximum, to the values that are currently visible, which makes it very easy and convenient to inspect a particular bed frame. Now, Matter is good and all, but we also have the whole GNOME shell on top with the JavaScript UI. So how do we profile that? I decided to instrument GGS, which is GNOME's JavaScript engine. And in particular, I decided to instrument the places which call from C to JS and from JS back to C. GGS has this one convenient function invoke, which calls from JS to C. It first converts arguments from JS to C, then prepares a native call, then actually calls the function with this FFI call. So I put a zone around it. But the problem with GGS is it's not only used in GNOME shell, it's also used in a bunch of other apps. And you don't want your Tracy profiler to be running in all the other apps, only in GNOME shell. So here I will check if Tracy is started and is connected, and only then will I create an actual active Tracy zone. You can see I'm passing 0 here, so this is not active. And this would work fine. But it would name all the zones like function invoke, which would not be very descriptive. We want to actually know which function we're calling. Thankfully, GGS can provide a name here of the function. And then we can use this Tracy alloc srcloc, which is the function which Tracy C-zone macro expands into. We can manually call it and pass it the name. And this will set the custom name for our zone. So now if I record a Matter, well, first of all, another consideration. For these libraries, which are used in a bunch of applications, you also need delayed init and manual lifetime compile flags, which make it so Tracy is not even initialized until you call this Tracy startup profiler. So in Matter, in meta create context, I added the Tracy startup profiler call. So in Matter, Tracy will start up and run. But in all other programs that use GGS, it will be completely inactive, will not affect performance in any way. So now if I record Matter and GNOME shell, I can see that in addition to the Matter zones that you saw previously, there are also these colored JavaScript zones. And the colors are actually something that you can add. So you can set Tracy C-zone color with RGB hex color value. And the way I colored this is every function call from C to JS is colored teal, and every call from JS back to C is called purple. And this makes it easy to see that, for example, when we're handling event, we're calling JavaScript handle event, then it's calling back to C emitting an update signal, then that is calling JavaScript update touchpad gesture, which is calling back into C emitting update signal, which is calling some more JavaScript switch workspace. And every one of those calls, it adds a little bit of overhead. And thankfully, this kind of coloring makes it very easy to see when it's happening. And you can easily debug when something is going wrong here. Finally, one more thing that Tracy can do is profile memory allocations. For this, you need to wrap or instrument the allocator. Now, Rust makes it really easy because you can override the global allocator with the profiled allocator. In C, you can override operator new and delete, adding the Tracy instrumentation. Now, of course, this will only work on allocations from Rust and C allocators, respectively. For C, there is no easy option. You'd need to instrument glib with the gmalloc and gfree macros, or do something similar to sysprof memory collector, which hooks with LD preload and instruments malloc and free. I will show an example from Niri. So I got the bug report that locking and unlocking the screen would increase the memory usage. And in this test, I'm locking and unlocking the screen 4 times. And you can see on this memory usage graph, indeed, after every unlock, the memory usage is increasing. It's not going back. So in the memory table, Tracy will actually show me all active allocations, so allocations that have not been freed by the end of the profile, and it will allow me to inspect the call stacks. When I was inspecting the call stacks, hovering over the source code shows me the source line. I noticed that a lot of these allocations were for Wayland objects, so my theory was that there was some kind of reference cycle where a Wayland object was referring back to itself. I went looking in the code. Indeed, the log surface object contained this surface, which is basically a strong pointer back to itself, and it was never freed due to this reference cycle. So the fix was to make it a weak reference instead. And after this, you can see I recorded again. After each unlock, the memory returns back to where it was, so the memory leak was fixed. Also, this memory view has this nice tree. Where Tracy shows you how many kilobytes you allocated from every part of your code, which also makes it easy to see when some part of your code is doing a lot of unnecessary allocations. Now let's actually try to do a demo. So I have this OnePlus phone here, which runs post-market OS and mobile shell. And it runs with my patches, so I will try to connect to it. The GUADEC Wi-Fi doesn't provide automatic discovery, but I happen to know the IP address. So I can connect. So you can see Tracy started recording. Now I can do something in the shell, so we have a little bit of data. Now once I'm satisfied, I will click stop. Let me maximize, dismiss this. And so this is our timeline. I can zoom it, I can pan it around. Hide the CPU data. So sometimes these ghost zones kind of take up all of the space. But you can just you can disable them in settings, or you can scroll down. Here's our main thread. Here is our zones. You can see my coloring. We can click at frame clock dispatch. We can view the statistics. Here you can see the times. This is where you can inspect the the longest function, and yeah, the call stacks as well. So this is where the network profiling is most useful when you have some other device, like a phone, and you don't need to run the full profiler UI on the phone. You can run it on your laptop, where you can inspect it on a big screen. Makes it quite convenient. So if Tracy is so good, why not Tracy? Why aren't we adding it to all of our libraries? Well, the main point is probably that it's a bit awkward to package. So as you saw, some important toggles in libtracy are build time. This is made this way because for game development, you really want to minimize the overhead. So it literally compiles out all of the unneeded code. But unfortunately for distribution, system-wide profiling, it means that I have to make separate packages with different build flags. For example, network profiling is cool, but by default, you really don't want someone else to be able to connect to your computer. So the default build here disables it, and you need to install the Tracy broadcast package to enable it back. And for another example, this no call stack. So I found that the call stack Ansible resolution is quite heavy, sometimes contends with GGS. So for matter profiling, I would recommend maybe Tracy no call stack. But this has to be separate compilation, separately compiled packages, not very convenient. Also, at the moment, in Tracy, there's only minimal support for multi-process and whole system profiling, which is where sysprof kind of really shines. Would be nice to see more support there. So, as I said, Tracy and sysprof basically collect the same data. Tracy zones and sysprof marks are basically the same thing, save for one requirement. So, all of these useful views could, in theory, be implemented in sysprof. And I would say that the most useful is this timeline view with nested marks and with all of this information available in one place, where it's very easy to zoom into specific frames and see why specific frames were very long and see if your frame went to do a blocking read somewhere. So Tracy makes this very easy by showing the information in this unified graph where you can zoom in and dive into like some specific call. Also, mark statistics, histograms, better sorting and filtering I found very useful in Tracy, how you can click on a function and see like the time distribution. We could do this in sysprof as well. We don't have to rely on Tracy necessarily. So as a recap, for C, build with libtracy, markup with Tracy czone and other functions, see the Tracy manual. For us to use Tracy client, make sure you have frame pointers and debug info for good stack traces. Thankfully, modern distributions are building with frame pointers by default. It is very helpful. If you have broken stack traces, most likely you don't have frame pointers. Run these two commands before profiling. And remember the flags on demand for long-running processes, such as compositors, and delay the need plus manual lifetime if you want to instrument libraries such as GDK or GGS in this case. So that's all I've got. Thank you. If you have any questions, I would be delighted to answer them.
If people at home have questions, now is the time.
Hey, really cool. I wish we would all do more of the profiling stuff, so I'm very happy that someone's looking at this. But one question I have is essentially, what would it require to remove like the friction and the process here? Like having to recompile everything and adding the I don't know, instrumentation is a bit awkward, I guess, and makes it, you have to know all the weird parameters and all the interesting libraries that are packaged and whatever. So is there a way we can get streamline all of this?
So I have two answers here. The first one is this is like not really Tracy specific. We already have a bunch of sysprof instrumentations in a bunch of our projects like Matter and GGS. So this is kind of a similar deal here. Once again, maybe if we add more displays to sysprof, then we can just use sysprof where everything is already instrumented. And the second thing is, so all of this data that Tracy automatically collects, like call stacks and frame data, I think they recently added a binary utility which can connect to a running process and like without having to instrument it. I haven't tried it yet. So really what you're instrumenting by hand are like manually marked up zones for the interesting places that you want to see in your code. And also you can mark up like GPU zones. Otherwise, like a lot of many parts of Tracy can work even without manual instrumentation. But yeah, it's an understandable pain point.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. This is really cool, by the way. If I wanted to look at the interaction between GNOME Calendar and Evolution Data Server, does it help me look at different processes together?
So this is what I mentioned by like minimal support for multiprocess. Actually, on Git, I found that there are some first steps towards multiprocess recording with Tracy, where you can run two or multiple capture sessions at the same time, and then there is a binary to like merge the data together and view them as one single like Tracy view. So I guess instead of threads, it will show you processes. But from what I've read, it's still rather limited. So it will drop a bunch of data from that recording. So hopefully in the future, people will work on like more multi-process profiling. That would be great because yeah, right now this is one of the things that Tracy is not very good at compared to sysprof.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Well, I think that's it. Thank you so much. Then we are 4 minutes ahead of time, but we're going to need the time to set up for the next presentation, which is remote. Sorry, for whoever has a lightning talk afterwards, I just ask you to just stay close, probably in the first row, because it's going to be around the 5 very quick, 5-minute quick presentations, and you know, you can just stay close to make it faster.
For this year State of the Union.
but I made sure that you could still get some of the
Okay, we are good to go with our, let's say, last full presentation for the day. We have Andrea Veri presenting remotely GNOME Infrastructure State of the Union.
could still get some of the information about what we achieved this year. And there we go. So before we jump on 2026, I think it's important to understand what we achieved in 2025. The reason is those were major changes, and we still got some question around them nowadays, meaning that it may be a good thing to just refresh everyone's minds into what we accomplished. So as you know, we decommissioned our on-premise cluster and our on-premise OpenShift cluster and are now hosting our application, the entirety of GNOME application into AWS in our OpenShift cluster in AWS. At the same time, we managed to retire our mirroring infrastructure, meaning that we are now saving a lot of time. We don't have to deal with individual mirrors, and we can just focus on the infrastructure that we own. So we don't have any security concern when it comes to mirrors that don't follow best security practices, etc. Everything is self-hosted. Everything is maintained by the GNOME infrastructure team. Another highlight is definitely going to be the GNOME release service. It's been a while now. I think what I've heard so far is that everyone is happy. From a security standpoint, there was a major improvement from a release time. There was also an improvement because maintainers don't have to build tarballs on their laptops anymore. They can just tag the release, and the CI will do the needful. This year, the focus has been less on consolidation because that was more of a 2025 goal. This year has been primarily into performance, security, and operational maturity. So what does it mean? Let's start from both a performance and a cost-effective measure that we applied. As you know, we had to redirect some of the traffic to GitHub, to our GitHub mirrors, right? The reason was we were spending a lot of funds into data transfers costs in AWS. Now, just to clarify this, it's not the GNOME Foundation paying those costs out of the foundation pocket. Those costs come from credits that we receive as part of the open source sponsorship from AWS. What does it mean? That we don't get unlimited credits, right? We still have to make the right calls, the right architectures to make sure that we don't spend more credits than we're actually expected when it comes to the GNOME infrastructure, right? Meaning that what we were observing was that we were consuming more credits than we were expected to. So there was something that we needed to optimize. One thing that we started looking into was Git traffic caching, right? Because as you know, we have many GitLab runners, and those GitLab runners, they generally request the same repo and the same commit multiple times to, for example, run a build on a specific GNOME project, not GNOME module. They run some checks on the code, then they run the build, then they do some other steps against the same code base and the same commit and the same repo. So it was a good target for caching. The challenge there was primarily that the Git upload pack, which is the process that actually allows the Git client to fetch the content of a repo, of a specific hash in the repo, uses a post request, right? And we know that post requests cannot generally be cached. So we had to come up with a way to make those requests cacheable, right? So there's some VCL. VCL is you can think of it like a sort of programming language that you use with Varnish, which is the software that Fastly uses behind the scenes for caching purposes. So there's some logic that we had to write behind the scenes to convert the request into a GET, hash the body to make sure that we could use that hash as the cache key, right? So a way for us to identify that the request A is identical to request B, and we could actually serve the same content behind the scenes. We added all this logic in the VCL, and we also added some additional glue, right? Because some of the repositories that we have in GNOME, definitely not the majority. I think it's like potentially the 1% of the repositories that we have. They use their private repositories. So we set up this kind of glue to make sure that the private repositories will never be cached. What does it mean is that there's a webhook that triggers whenever a visibility event happens. So let's say that there's a public repository and I want to move that public repository to a private repository. This will be reflected right away into the cache. Does it mean that this happens often? Definitely not, right? The GNOME project has 99% of the repositories being public, and other than those 1% is potentially board of directors and a couple of other committees. That being said, we were able to stop doing the GitHub mirror redirect that caused some pain to the community. And we don't cache 100% of the Git traffic, right? The main reason is when the Git client requests a set of commits, a set of hashes from the remote, it presents some of these requests, especially when they exceed a certain amount of bytes. They present these kind of requests in a gzip compressed body. We're not able to decompress those gzip compressed bodies because VCLs and generally Varnish doesn't have any support for doing so. There's no decompression library. So we're trying to do that with using the Fastly Compute platform, but the Fastly Compute platform doesn't have enough cache size to handle that. So we're in touch with the Fastly to understand if they can exceed the amount of cache that we can keep for each request, and potentially we'll be able to also start caching gzip compressed bodies in the long run. Second thing we focused on as part of the data transfer costs was moving as many domains and subdomains to Fastly, right? Before, what would happen is that whenever you would request a GitLab pages page, let's say it's gnome.org, right? Gnome.org nowadays is hosted in GitLab pages. Every time that you would request gnome.org before this change, you will be eating our origin directly. That was actually consuming the bandwidth, and the data transfer cost will be inflating. So we made sure that pretty much like 90% of the domains that we manage, domains, subdomains, GitLab pages, etc., they're now moved to a repository, a Terraform managed repository. What we do pretty much behind the scenes is we have a TOML file, one TOML file for one or more domains. We create the TOML file. There's some logic that is applied to it, and we generate a VCL behind the scenes, and this VCL is then applied using Terraform in Fastly directly. You guys are seeing GitHub Actions CI, right? You may be wondering why we're using GitHub Actions and not the GitLab. Primarily because a set of repositories that we have for infra, they're hosted on GitHub. Just so if the GNOME infrastructure goes down for whatever reason, GitLab goes down, for example, we are still capable of applying changes to DNS. We're capable of managing certain domains, etc., etc. So that is why you can see GitHub Actions is there. Another thing that is worth mentioning is we transition our GitHub runners from SE Linux permissive to enforcing mode. This was definitely a long due change that we omitted because of like many priorities that we had during the last couple of years. But we finally managed to enable SE Linux. It's an additional layer of security. What I want to say is that, yes, it's an increased level of security. No, it's not perfect yet. The reason is primarily related to the MCS, the multi-category security. So just very briefly, SE Linux comes with a set of labels. So processes are labeled, files are labeled, etc. What does it mean that when a specific process tries to access a specific file on disk or a specific socket on disk, the labels need to match, or they need to be compatible between each other. There's a limitation when it comes to GitHub runners. GitHub runners use a multi-container architecture. Multi-container architecture means that whenever a build is prepared, there are some preliminary steps that need to happen. Those preliminary steps create a volume, a Podman volume on disk, and then a subsequent job runs, so another container runs and tries to reuse the same content, the same files as the preliminary job. So that is why we have an issue, because the first container comes with a MCS category, and the second job would come with a different MCS category, meaning they're not compatible and there will be a permission denied. So what we do is we have, for each runner, we share an MCS category, meaning the same job, meaning different jobs will still have a similar MCS. So yes, we have an additional layer of security. No, it's definitely not the 100% secure option. One of the architectural things that we have been looking at recently to improve this situation is micro VMs. You surely heard about the critical kernel CVEs that occurred during 2026. Having reusable VMs, micro VMs, would help in a way that every job would create a micro VM, execute the build, and then the micro VM would be completely deleted. So it will be a completely ephemeral VM, micro VM. We started investigating some of the technologies that we can use, and we decided that we're going to give a try with Cloud Hypervisor and the fleeting plugin, fleeting D option. And we are going to be receiving a new machine in Nerdue 3 in one of the Red Hat data centers, and we will start to prototype the setup in production. So you'll hear more from me in the coming weeks, coming months, as soon as we have a prototype up and running, and slowly we'll be able to move to a micro VM architecture and slowly get rid of the rootless containers. So at that point, what will happen is going to be that we're much likely going to have a micro VM and then rootless containers on top of the VM, unless we decide to go directly with the micro VM and call it a day. We still need to figure out the internals of this, so expect some updates from me in the coming weeks, months. The other improvements that we worked on very briefly, back in the days, runners we wouldn't be collecting logs from runners, and that wasn't the best from a security posture perspective. Reason is, if someone breached one of the runners, they could like get rid of the logs or tamper the logs, etc. These days, all the runner logs are relayed to a centralized log platform that keeps all the logs, and we can then query those logs in Loki. We also deployed SSH guard on GitLab runners that are exposed to the internet, and also have firewall-D backend. We also added firewall-D backend support because these runners, most of the times, they use, well, 95% of the cases, they run the latest and greatest Fedora release. We also created a playbook to streamline the Fedora major version upgrades. This will simplify our operational burden when it comes to upgrading Fedora and the runners to a new major release for Fedora. And finally, we migrated Flood Manager to OpenShift. Before concluding this brief State of the Union for the GNOME infrastructure, I need to remind everyone that the GNOME infrastructure wouldn't be sustainable if we didn't have these sponsors. So definitely AWS is continuing to support the GNOME project. Without AWS, we wouldn't be able to have the AWS credits. We wouldn't be able to use one of the best, if not the best, cloud platform, public cloud platform in the world right now. And of course, Red Hat keeps sponsoring machines, RHEL, OpenShift, AAP subscriptions, CDN77 and Fastly provide a limited bandwidth. GIMP, Canonical, DigitalOcean, and open source university, open source lab, Oregon University, open source lab, and Canonical, MacStadium, and GIMP and DigitalOcean. They're continuing to sponsor CI/CD runners, so we're thankful to them for their continued support. And finally, this year, we also have Mini Orange, which is kindly providing a limited seats SSO plugin for WordPress, because as you guys noticed, we managed to migrate blogs gnome.org from using individual accounts to using GNOME SSO. This actually completes my brief presentation, and I believe by now you guys know where to find me, you know where to find Bart. So please reach out to me in the Infrastructure Matrix channel, and I'll be more than happy to respond to any question or doubt that you guys may have. Enjoy this year's GUADEC, and I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.
Test, test, test. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much to Andrea. Well, Andrea is not here, so unfortunately he cannot respond to your questions right now, but if you have any, please send them in the chat and we'll ask him to take a look and reply to you all there. And now we have arrived in our round of lightning talks. We have 8 lightning talks. I'm going to ask all, well, what I'm going to do is say all the names of the people in the order that you are going to present, so you can prepare before your talk. So we have Yuri, the first one, then we have Alberto, then we have Abderrahim, Peter, Sam, Cassidy, Sebastian, and Tobias. So I'm going to let Yuri go to the stage so he can start the first presentation, the first lightning talk. I don't know if I spelled her name correctly. It could be Irji. Giri. Irgi or Iri, I'm so sorry about that. Well, we can go ahead with the next presentation. Alberto. Oh, you can ask the guys for one of the mics, but we're going to do questions. So if we have enough time by the end of this, I'm going to give some time for the questions.
Cool. Hi, I'm Roberto Van Hoel, maintaining of GitKey. I'm here today to try to close out some of the things that we left behind before we get again into the road. We did some weeks ago. We did another release for GitKey. We are trying to get into GTK 4 with our internship Google Summer of Code. But it is still something that is going back and forth with people, so let's try to take a debate on that and make another decision on it, which is, should we change the name of GT? Is there a requirement for that? People agree on the name, doesn't agree on the name, so let's talk a little bit about that. If you want to take a look into what's the debate for that, you can go into that issue. There are some debate on what we should name the application, what we should change, or what we should keep it. So if you want to jump into the conversation, please join in this issue. So the idea is that why we call that application GitKey. So this comes with the app plus G idea. The idea is that at some point back in time, the idea of saying, hey, I'm using GTK, hey, I'm using GNOME was really fancy, really great. So many people use that my app plus G means that my app is created on GNOME. So that's why the background of why we call it GT, but has another advantages. So, well, it's kind of part of that, part of all the things that we will mention later. But if we look at what is happening recently, if we look at other apps, what they are doing is like, these events. What is events for? Maybe you know it, maybe not, but it's to look into PDF or so. So they change the name into papers. It's straightforward. You understand what's going on there, what is it for. So kind of give you an idea of what is the recently idea of how to name applications. If you go to the Circle apps, you see a lot of, again, straightforward names, things that go directly to what is the main thing for the application. So basically, these days, that is the idea of naming an application. So for that, what we need to see is what is Git really doing? What is the main purposes that Git has? And basically, what we do is see the history of changes that you have in a repository making in Git, and almost just create new changes for that. So it's all about how you see the modification that you do in a repository, or how you create new changes. So then probably the idea is really clear, like, hey, let's rename GT changes. Sorry, name is taken. There's another one that think about that, and there is a Git Mat client that names changes too. So there are other options. Well, I think about what is for people to inspect a repository, what is to understand what's going on there, which is kind of like if you think about a boat and you think about what guides you in a boat, which is this thing called binnacle, which is like what gives you the direction and where is the instrument that guides you in the ocean. And there is this other concept of decklog, which is how you record the events that happens from time to time, how you make a history of what is going on in the trip that you are in the boat. So these two concepts, it's something that maybe can reflect what Git does. So maybe it's a concept that we can use for renaming the app. And even if you see the binacle, it's a very recognizable item, so maybe something to create an icon for that and just have a recognizable icon for Git here. But there is another option. Just keep it. Just close the debate, just close the issue, and keep it the name. Why is that? When you interact with Git, you go to the CLI, and then you Git whatever, Git log, Git blank, Git anything. And then if you want to go GUI, then you just do Git G. So that is really convenient for many people. So maybe we should keep it. The other thing, many people know the name, just is what it is Git G, is GNOME Git, is the visual we use all the time, so maybe is that the end of the story. And even there is some catchy feelings for that, like, well, Git G is the thing I use when I want to go visual, so why should we change it? So right now, this is our current option. Keep it, commit, another thing taken, changes taken, repositories, somebody mentioned that, but what are you doing with repositories? Binacle, as I mentioned. Bitácora, which is the Spanish name, I'm Spanish from Binacle. Declog, which is probably something like can refer to the history of something that you are recording. So basically, that's it. We want to hear from you. Please, if you want, join to the conversation, join this issue, and allow us to do that.
So yesterday I presented on state of GNOME OS, and one of the things I talked about was install GNOME OS on a mobile phone. So now I'm going to present how to install it. So the first thing is you go to the GNOME build meta repository. There is a docs directory with a phones.md. We plan to have it in a website at some point, but right now it's just in the repository. So the first thing is we need to download a couple of things. One is the U-boot build, which is from the Tauchgang project. So you can find the link there. We'll go to the latest pipeline and expand the run build pipelines. Go for the phone, which in my case is the Fairphone 5. And go to the job artifacts. There you'll find 3 artifacts, so in binaries. One is the image, is the one that we are going to download. The other ones are for upgrades when that doesn't work right now. So we download this. The other thing is downloading GNOME OS. There is a direct link here if you want in the documentation, but we can also go to the GNOME OS website, os.gnome.org. Here we choose ARM rather than Intel and AMD, and download the ISO. So the next thing, so while this is downloading, the next thing is that we're going to have an install. We don't have an installer. We can't really boot from this ISO. So we're going to use systemd part, which is the GNOME OS installer is based on, is based on systemd part. The other thing is how do we find we need to unlock the bootloader. And for this, I would suggest going to the post-market OS wiki for the devices. We'll look for our device, again, which is the Fairphone 5. And from there, we have the boot modes, which detail what things to, how to go into fast boot and things like that. And then in the installation, it refers to the official instructions for unlocking the bootloader. So these are the two things we need. So this is the information from Fairphone. So it depends on the phone. Right now, we only support mainly the Fairphone 5, but also the OnePlus 6. And yeah, we don't want to add support for a lot of phones, especially given each one might need different patches, different whatever. So we want to reduce the burden on the maintainers. OK, now that we have these, we can flash to the phone. And for that, we will need a fast boot. So and we also need to download the GNOME build meta repository, because we have this systemd part configuration that is in the repository. So here we have the ISO and the U-boot build, and we are cloning the GNOME build meta repository. We'll go into there. Yeah, we will copy this command, which is the one that we use to turn the ISO into an installed system that we get flashed to the phone. So we need to change the name of the image, pointed to the image that we downloaded, the GNOME OS AR64. In our case, it will be GNOME OS, the build number, and AR64, and it's in the parent directory. Yeah, like this. We called it userdata.image because we are going to flash it to the user data partition on the phone. It needs sudo because it's a privileged operation. But this is the same thing that we would do more or less in an actual installer, except that we install to the actual disk, and here we are installing to an image file that we then flash onto the disk. OK, it will take some time. OK, and it's done. Now I'm going to another terminal. I used DistroBox because I don't have fast boot on GNOME OS. So we connected the phone. We can check with fast boot devices that it's detected, and we will go to copy the commands. The first one, we erase the DTBO, which is the device tree override. It's something for Android. If you erase it, you can run another system. If you keep it, only on Android works, and regular Linux doesn't. We need to flash the boot. To the boot partition, we are going to flash U-boot. And then we're going to flash our image that we made, userdata.image, to the user data partition. This will take some time. OK, this will take some time, so I cut this. It will take a couple minutes, so I'm not going to watch it, all of it. And yeah, the next thing is you reboot. I think I didn't cut enough. Yeah. So once it finishes, you do fast boot reboot, and it will. Might take some time to reboot. Please don't reboot the phone manually. Just use fast boot reboot. It can take some time, but then it works. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Peter. We have Peter here. Oh, cool. Sure. Are you doing the slides right now? Well, Alan did.
No, that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
People at home, if you have any questions for the lightning talks, we are going to try and do a couple of questions to our speakers. Send in the chat the name of the person that you are sending the question to, and then whatever question you have. And Peter, the stage is yours.
Fail. So yeah, anyway, so I wanted to talk about this, what I call docs ops, and I apologize upfront. It's a little bit about AI, but it's critical. So, basically, I've been involved in GNOME documentation in the past, couple of years, maybe some of you know me. And so basically, as the industry of technical communication is moving on, in the direction of artificial intelligence. The roles are changing drastically, and also the work that people do who, let's say, write documentation as part of their jobs, or if it is their job, is transforming in a big way. So I wanted to just share some thoughts on basically what the professional or rather commercial technical writing is doing versus the traditional way of writing documentation that we have in community projects like GNOME or other community projects out there. So the traditional way of producing content is that you have, let's say, developer writing code. Then that triggers some action on the side of a documentation writer who takes input from the developer, be it code, raw content, or it can be interviewing the developer. It can be brainstorming session between the developer and the documentation writer. Of course, it's also the writer actually using the software, testing the software, and finding out how to document, what to document, what it looks like, and etc. So that's the traditional way that we've been also using in GNOME, right? When we had documentation workshops, brainstorming sessions, we were talking to developers about the changes, and then documenting them in GNOME docs. And the new way that's employed now in commercial world is that basically you no longer need the writer in the middle of the code being written and the content being published, because everything can now be automated with agentic sessions, and basically as soon as the code is written, deployed, there can be a pipeline that just generates the content, then there is some gating employed, and the content is built. And basically, there is, in this process, there is no longer any moment when any content gets actually written. Of course, there can be exceptions. Of course, every project can be different, you know. But the idea is that the human part of writing is basically disappearing. And what I'm saying can be, by the way, applied to localization and software translations as well, where also human translators are, in commercial world, just been replaced by the translation bots, and the localization roles moved from human translation to, let's say, project management or some sort of gatekeeper. So that of course means that it creates like a divide between the commercial and let's say community world, and also it creates a divide within the community world with people who have access to AI tools and people who don't. And the question here being more like a rhetorical question here being, what is in it in the future of like creating community content or maybe even like localization in terms of like the gap that is being becoming larger and larger between how we have worked so far in the community and what the rest of the world is doing, whether we like it or not. So that's an open question that I wanted to end with, and sorry for the slide failure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. Izzy, if you'd like to go next.
My name is Jiří Preisner, and I work at Red Hat as a tester, and I also work on accessibility. What I want to show you today is a little project that I call Anthony, which is a voice-driven desktop where you can do like a window management and some tasks by voice commands. The project is using speech-to-text, of course, model, faster whisper, and then there is a parser which parses the comments, the transcription, and goes to the MCP server, which does the actions. There is a large language model deployed locally, Gemma 4 from Google, and if some of the commands fail, it falls back to the LLM, and there are two modes. One is the comment mode. The other one is like a chat or conversation mode when you can talk to the model. And since Gemma is multimodal, it can do audio, it can do tool calling, obviously, and it has also vision and reasoning capabilities. So it's possible for Gemma to kind of tell you what's on the screen if you need to, if you have the need. So I'll probably do a little demo. Hopefully it will work. Yeah, there is no sound, so I'm not sure. But hopefully you can read the responses, and I will try to speak to the mic so it gets through. What's the time? Yeah. So normally if the sound would be working, it would tell you aloud what's the time there. Next I can ask for, I don't know, open text editor.
Desktop search, text
Yeah,
editor.
so it opens text editor as you would expect, the same in the last file that you had opened. Yeah. Type hello GUADEC.
Typed, hello GUADEC.
Sorry. Whisper got it wrong. That's one of the, there are like many smaller issues in the pipeline, but in general, it can type. I think it can sometimes even click things if you want to. Okay, let's ask it. What's on my screen? I will switch to the terminal because the sound doesn't work.
Screen displays a terminal or command line interface with
so
a large amount of text.
I don't know if you can read it. I
likely
will read it for
output
you.
from a program
The screen
or a log
displays a
file.
terminal or
At the
command
very
line
bottom,
interface
there
with a
is
large
status
amount
bar
of
showing
text,
details
likely
like docs,
output from a
offset,
program
quick
or a log file.
2026A
At the very
settings,
bottom,
and
there is a
window
status bar
information.
showing details like docops, GUADEC 2026, a settings, and a window information. So this triggered Gemma to took a screenshot, fed it to Gemma, and Gemma gave this reply. It's not perfect. It's a small model that is used to be deployed on edge devices. That means like cell phones and everything. But I would say that the performance is quite good. Took only a few seconds to analyze the screen. I'm wondering if I should do the conversation demo, because then I would have to read it for you, everything Gemma says, and probably too lazy for that. But thank you for your attention, and have a nice rest of GUADEC today.
Thank you, Irji. Our next presenter is Sam.
Hey, okay. And then present a slideshow. Okay, am I good to start? Okay, I want to talk about, we're going to go back in time to the olden days. Back then, computers didn't have screens. There was no GNOME because there wouldn't be any point. And primitive humans had to navigate the file system using these commands like CP to copy a file or LS to list the files. And this excellent design got standardized in POSIX, and every Unix implementation did the same thing. So a fun fact, the reason it's only 2 letters in the command is because it had to be usable by actual dinosaurs. And they have a very small brain, so they can't remember a command that's 4 letters long. It has to be 2 letters. Anyway, the 90s thankfully arrived. The GNU project developed free versions of all of the excellent software that had been in Unix. The bash package developed the famous shell that we love, and core utils holds these utilities like copy and move. And then, of course, being GNU, we added more utils and find utils and diff utils and sed and more things following the maximalist GNU philosophy. And we all lived happily ever after. So why is this relevant to GNOME? Well, GNOME actually ships core utils in a couple of places. The GNOME Flatpak SDK and Flatpak runtime contains a shell and contains the utilities, CP, MV, and so on. Adrian's pointed out maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe it shouldn't contain a shell by default. GNOME OS also has a shell and utilities. So until now, we've hard-coded use of GNU core utils that came in via Free Desktop SDK. So Free Desktop SDK has a stack called runtime minimal, which is like the most minimal thing you can have. It contains glibc, and then it contains bash and core utils. So it doesn't matter what you want to build with Free Desktop SDK. If you want to have C programs, you're going to get a shell and utilities as well. Until now. So I've been working on a branch which hopefully is close to landing. I need to buy Javier more dinners, I think, before it will land. And in short, it removes bash and core utils from runtime minimal. So that minimal stack no longer contains any shell or any utilities. And it adds a new runtime GNU stack, which contains bash and core utils as before. So if you don't want any changes, you can just use the other stack. So why do we do this? Obviously, Linux, I'm not going to say it, but there are various core utils implementations. So the embedded world, for years, has been using BusyBox, which is a very minimal implementation. If you have a smart light bulb, it's probably running BusyBox. There's also Toybox, which I'd love to tell the whole history of Toybox here, but I don't have time. Toybox has only one user, I think, but that user is Android, so it's probably the most widely deployed of any of these. And there's also now Ubuntu, in last year's release, switched to the Rust core utils implementation. They're funding development of this re-implementation of core utils in Rust, called UUtil. Your memory safety errors. So that's exciting to see. Maybe we'll want to switch to them in future. So what does this mean for you today? If you're a Flatpak user, it means absolutely nothing. You won't notice. We're not proposing any changes, so the Flatpak runtime will still have bash and core utils. It's now possible to get rid of them or switch to a different implementation, so maybe one day that will happen, but certainly not today. If you are the lucky elite of people who use Free Desktop SDK via the Buildstream project, via a junction, then you'll notice that in the next release, runtime minimal doesn't have a shell and utilities anymore. Which is good, right? Because you can choose which one you want. When you integrate a system, you can say, I want Toybox instead, because I like to live dangerously, or I want to use the UUtils implementation. So either you can do that, or you can use the GNU stack. Of course, GNOME Build Meta have already done the necessary changes, but anyone else, talk to me, I'll do them for you as well. And that's everything I have to say. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you very much, Sam. Our next presenter is Cassidy.
Oh, the text scaling is totally different now. Oh, that really broke things. It's fine. I don't know why it's like that. Okay. So I was just going to come up here and put a slideshow up here the whole time, but instead I have a few things that I can say, but the text is huge. So it's covering most of it. Okay, please share your photos. I'm going to share a link on Matrix probably during this talk because it was an unprepared lightning talk. Also, thank you to Nacho Castro from Miravale for taking photos for us professionally. I am not a professional, which is why so many of these photos are overexposed or underexposed or slightly out of focus, but that hasn't stopped me from sharing them, and it shouldn't stop you either. So please share photos because I think it's a fun tradition at GUADEC. This year we used a Nextcloud link because some people didn't want shared on Google Photos. So it's a little bit of a different experience, but I'll share the link in the chat and you can upload photos there. especially because this event has been so well covered by the professional photographer at social events or out at the beach or out in the evenings or in the hallway track or even traveling to and from GUADEC. Those are always fun photos to share with the community, so people kind of see the whole picture of what GUADEC looks like and remember what it felt like to be here. In the Nextcloud link that I'll share, you can contribute to a shared folder. It's a shared album for everyone to enjoy. I like embedding, photos in blog posts when I write about, hey, I'm back from GUADEC, here's some things that happened. So if somebody else happened to get a good photo of you, that's always really fun. So that's another reason to share. To share, you can do it anonymously using the link, but if you want credit, if you sign in with Nextcloud, it'll say your name as the uploader of the file, or I think you should be able to create a folder create a folder inside the shared folder with your name. That way when people write a blog post, they can say, thanks to so-and-so for the photos. Oh yeah, and there's one more. But don't share the link that I'm going to share in the matrix publicly because it doesn't require sign-in at all whatsoever, and I don't want to deal with internet spam, which is why I'm not sharing the link on the live stream. But I will share it with you all in the attendees channel. So that's all, and we can just either enjoy this for the rest of the time, or if time's up, yeah.
Thank you, Cassidy. Our next presenter is Sebastian.
Then we can drag this in here. No, we can't. Drag and drop. Great. Slides. Hey. It's working? All right. Podium.
Hello. So far there have not been any Flatpak and Portal talks, and that made me sad. So I'm doing a very quick kind of update on what happened with Portals and Flatpak. This was like a 40 minutes talk at LAS, and I'm doing this in like 3 minutes maybe. So one nice thing that happened, I think Abderrahim also said this, we are shipping Flatpak and Portals from main in GNOME OS. It's great because it means that we get to test our shit immediately. We do something, we commit it, we merge it. Next day it's running on your laptop and you will notice if you screwed something up. It's great. Over the last year, we had a lot of bug fixes. We wrote a bunch of tests and made everything better. And we had like memory leak fixes and everything. That's nice. We started porting stuff to libdex so that we can improve our code base and actually get rid of threading and async stuff. And so we are improving this a lot. And that's going to continue to improve, hopefully. Yeah, we did also a bunch of refactorings of some portals. There are improvements to documentation, so hopefully you will find all the things that you're looking for. Things are getting better. There was also a bunch of security-related stuff, which has kept me quite busy. We had a few sandbox escapes, and there are more coming, so that's not great. We also had like LLM reported security vulnerabilities. They found a whole bunch of things. They also didn't find a whole bunch of things, and I found them after looking at them. But yeah, so currently not great, but hopefully stuff will become secure again. Yeah, there's a bunch of new features in Flatpak. We can support pre-installing. Fedora and RHEL, I guess, they are starting to, not Fedora actually, Bluefin. And RHEL, they're pre-installing some Flatpaks. So like you install the operating system and you already have some Flatpak installations. We added a conditional permission system because it turns out that some things are runtime dependent. It's kind of confusing, but we really need this, but it means that we can implement more things as portals. So that's also great. We also did some OCI stuff so that on RHEL and Fedora, the Flatpaks, they just work now, even with like H.264 decoding, which is amazing, right? Yeah, portals. A bunch of portals changed. We made improvements to the printing, screencasting, and notification things. I think more. There's a lot of more work to do. Like all the static permissions that all your applications have, we want to get rid of them. We want more portals. We need more portals. We need more people to work on this. That's essentially all I have to say about this. One last thing, we also secured a bit of funding for some work on Flatpak and portals, and I think we're going to announce something very soon about that. I'm looking forward to all of that, and I guess that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have our last lightning talk, Tobias. Oh, yeah.
As our great presentation tool.
Because there's never enough presentation software.
There's never enough presentation tool. And just like Podium, this supports videos. Okay, first few slides are Jakub.
Okay. So hi, I'm Jakub, this is Tobias. We're the GNOME design team traveling salesman for this talk, quick talk. So there's a couple of projects that we investigated in the past, and we never gotten with the plans to come back to them and perhaps finalize the designs. But I have to be emphasize that these are not initiatives, they're not plans. None of this is something that's on the roadmap. These are just ideas that we wish would inspire the few shell designers shell developers that are in the room, or somebody else who's interested in developing shell things. And one of the things that we wanted to do, even though the main use case for using GNOME usually is your personal laptop, where it's a single user system, but when we redesigned the login screen, we always had an idea to do something more fancy for the multiple user case. So we have some concepts for a grid view for selecting your session with hinting with what to the wallpaper of the session and things like that. So that would be amazing to develop or investigate if you're interested. Another very popular project that we've investigated in the past, but due to various long tail issues, never really developed and landed, was the sort of more white space feeling, an open, airy default state for usually large, like if you're running a laptop, usually your app is maximized, and this is not where this shines. But if you have a large display like I do, I have a very large display at home, and you're just running small windows, it's a very elegant session. So running a transparent top bar would be a project to actually go back to as well. Then we have a status for the battery, which currently we have like a portrait, tiny little icon, lots of icons determining, or communicating the state of the charge, and also whether it's charging, whether it's there's lots of states, and we have a really tiny icon to do that. It would be great to go slightly, special case this situation and use slightly more screen state. use something that's not very unique. I mean, other operating systems have something like that. And I think, was it Alice that was experimenting with this? So there's some concepts that flew around, but we never really gotten to make it happen. So it would be great to make it happen. I lost track where, is this the?
I think after this.
Okay. What is this? Oh yeah, it's the, yeah. Well, this is actually very, very, very useful, and I would love to have it, which is customizing the quick settings. I can see that a lot more people would like to see it, especially since we moved some of the. One more minute, okay. So it's great because we're trying to add more things to the quick settings, and of course, different people want to have quick access to different things. So having a customizable view for the quick settings would be really great. So I then handle.
And in the next 30 seconds, we're going to go through everything else. Drag and drop would be great instead of the tiny mini map. Bigger drag and drop. We have some concepts for the super tap switcher that are very fancy, and someone should help implement. Search. We have the idea of making an overlay, and here's a great video that Jakub animated yesterday, where it's an actual place rather than just replacing the overview in place. Also, there's been this idea for a long time to maybe move the notifications out of the calendar and maybe move them in with the quick settings. Could be very interesting to try. Also because that would maybe allow to fix a very long-standing mouse pointer issue and maybe move all of that to the bottom right. All of that needs a lot more research, but the idea is out there and we would love to explore it more. And also, one final thing, tiling is something we've wanted since a long time. The Mosaic stuff is now 3 years old, but it is picking up steam. There is Cleo Menezes, who has been making a very cool extension that implements this plus a bunch of new things that we've explored since. So I think it would be great to get some more momentum and move towards maybe actually upstreaming some of this. So yeah, I think those were our, and there's another video that shows more parts of this behavior. I think those are our wacky ideas. Please help us make them happen. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for the extremely fast presentation. So if anyone here in the public has any questions, please raise your hands. In the meantime, I'm going to ask one of the questions for Abderrahim that we had in the chat. Since your boot is doing FAI, would it be possible to boot from USB stick and just use the normal installer? I imagine the installer doesn't know the right to use data, but could we theoretically make that workflow function for phones after flashing U-boot?
So the main limitation here is that the USB-C on phones needs to do the mode switching, and by default is in device mode, and U-boot, I think, doesn't know how to put it in host mode so that it can use a USB stick. I'm not very knowledgeable about that, but that's the limitation at the moment.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public for whoever, one of the speakers? You have been very brief but very clear, apparently. Well, we don't have any questions. Then it's a huge round of applause for all of them. Thank you.
Okay, I think since we finished 10 minutes earlier, the lightning talks, I guess we can do the closing a little bit earlier this time. So I want to thank you so much, all of you, for joining GUADEC this year. It has been a great experience. Thank you all to all the speakers and to all the attendees. So big applause for all the speakers first. this GUADEC couldn't have been possible without our amazing sponsors. So thank you so much, Endless, Red Hat, Canonical, OpenSUSE, Igalia, and CodeThink. Thank you again so much for supporting us one more year. A few announcements. The both days will be tomorrow and the day after. It will happen in the same building at the top floor, in the third floor where the track 2 basically was. It's going to be room number 3.0 and 3.1, which will be like very close to each other. The organizing team will be here tomorrow morning to help you out to go in the rooms that you're interested to go. And basically, it's going to be easy for you, just the top floor. The other reminder is that tomorrow there will be no lunch in the venue, even no lunch in the cafeteria, so please try to get something in your backpacks from home, or probably have a very good breakfast before coming here. That's gonna help. And today we have the official GUADEC dinner. It will be at 8 p.m. You have received an email, I hope, from me yesterday with the exact address. If you have any questions on how to reach the restaurant, please let us know. The local team is here. We'll be able to help you out. Please do not hesitate. And now, of course, I want a very big applause for the local organizing team, Iago, Pedro, Hugo, Victor, and Miguel. They have been absolutely amazing. Please stand up. And the rest of the organizing team and our volunteers, Depesha, Asmit, Anissa, Shazwan, who have been helping us online with the AV team. Thank you so much. It has been absolutely amazing. Our other volunteers, Jan, Pablo, and Gael, thank you so much. And another round of applause for also our AV team that has been doing an amazing job. Thank you guys a lot.
Don't go away, Christy. There's one more person we have to say thank you to. Christy, back up, back up. It's hard to overstate how much work is involved in putting on an event like this. The planning starts many months before the actual event. Christy and the supporting team at the GNOME project and the GNOME Foundation have been working on this for a long time, working with the organizers for a very long time. I'd just like to say, on behalf of everyone, thank you to everyone who has made this possible, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thanks again.